All right. Fire up a couple of minutes early tonight. Why not? It's been a weird day, so I might as well just continue being weird. So there's a lot been going on this week. It's been a long week for me. The Suns had the state championship, so he shot almost every day this week, which meant I was running back and forth, taking him to his matches, and we were doing the I don't know what you would call it. We're doing the tough week thing, right? Like it was hot. You're on the range. It's going to be bad no matter what. And did the best we could, but it's just been brutal. And I got to be honest, man. I was a little tired this afternoon. I had intended to sleep for like 2 hours, get up. I was going to do a stream with Glenn, who will be in later. And I went to sleep, and I slept straight through Glenn's show. And to be honest with you, when I woke up, I actually thought I thought I'd slept the night away. I was so tired, but got some rest. Went to get some. Well, I got some food. I went to the rest of the evening, and it's gonna be good. Um, the So my son shot well for his. Now this is only his fourth official match, or competition, or whatever they call it in sporting clays. So he did very well, I thought. So he's going to get rewarded for that, as always. As I truly believe that if you do well, you get rewarded, and as you should. And so he's going to be receiving a very nice reward for his effort, and that will help him move forward in sporting clays, which is also what I believe. I believe that a reward ought to be something that's useful. It's not very useful to just give somebody some random nonsense. So it's going to be a chill stream tonight. I'm going to bring up a panel at some point. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the stuff that's happened this week that I've kind of tried to get into this week. But man, we've had, even though I've streamed literally every day, most of the streams this week have been concerning religion. We've gone down some rabbit holes with religion and theology and some other things that I don't normally get into publicly, because I think that I personally think it's bad form to debate religion publicly. That's something that you can do in your private life, and that's just my belief. Now that has nothing to do with reality, and certainly we can talk about it. But I got a little too close to debating yesterday, in yesterday's stream. The religious aspect, and to be honest with you, I'm not qualified to do so. I'm not a theologian. I'm not in any way, shape, or form a particularly smart man. And so, while I can fake it occasionally, it's terrible. But we talked a lot about God this week, and I think that that's great, and I think that we'll continue to do so. We're gonna limit the some of the back and forth discussion. Colonel Buckshot, I see that you're a retired auto tech. I personally am a retired automotive guy in a slightly different realm, of course. But it's been an interesting week. It's been an interesting week of streaming. And I was able to stream every night this week because my son was busy all day, and I had plenty of free time in the evening. Of course, he was tired out. He was tuckered by the time he got home, so that's good. My youngest son is 3. He's never tuckered out. We could power the world if we could harness his energy. And I think that any parents that have had a 3-year-old knows that. Absolutely. Has anybody been paying attention to some of the laws that are getting passed in various places in the country and the dichotomy of them? So, just for example, in my home state of Tennessee, um, I I don't know if you guys have noticed, but we've passed some interesting laws this week. One of the most interesting laws is that now teachers can go armed in schools. That's something that was passed very quietly. Obviously, the mainstream um, press, political machine, media machine, whatever you want to call it, they don't want you to know that. They really fear this sort of progress or return to sanity in our school systems. But Tennessee has passed a law. The Governor Lee signed it into law, and it immediately went into effect. Now, this is not something that is going to take 6 months, and there's going to be a lot of legal battles back and forth. This went immediately into effect. This is important, and um, teachers carrying on school grounds is the greatest thing ever. It's literally like I can't even imagine a better thing than that. And it should have never. We never should have stopped that. I think that a lot of teachers in the past have carried on school grounds, and it it's a great thing to see. Now, this is now keep in mind that this has always been something that could happen, right? All you needed was the school board to say it's okay for staff to carry on on campus. The problem is that there's only been a few schools that have done that, and one of them was in Weld County, Colorado. I believe it was Weld County. And basically, what happened there is the the school board went and they did because of the specific school's remoteness, if you will. They were allowed to um, the teachers were actually trained by the sheriff's department to carry. They received the same training as the sheriff's deputies. The sheriff's deputies also trained them in some, in some of the threat evaluation, that sort of thing, and they were actually able to carry on campus. And about 5 years ago, I think, I actually posted a picture. A friend of mine had sent me this picture of this specific event, and I thought it was the greatest thing I'd ever seen. Right? Like I thought it was just amazing that we could, that there was this idea of freedom that was out, or not freedom, but of protecting our kids in schools, that was out there. And it got something like 1 million views and a bunch of other stuff. Went like super super viral, and it was I thought it was great. I thought it was the best thing ever. And now, of course, I got a lot of blowback from it. I had a lot of people, like, well, you're going to get kids killed, blah blah blah, all this nonsense. But um, as far as I know, that school actually still has that policy in effect. Teachers that want to, now not all teachers, but teachers that want to, can carry their firearms on the school grounds during the day. And to the and now in this in a school in Colorado, they actually have a sign posted that says no, that literally says that that the that the staff is armed, and they're not playing around with it about it. And I always thought that was great. I thought that was the best thing ever, as I said. And it just seems like such common sense, right? And and I go back to, and I've said this for a while. Of course, I'm old, And I go back to this time period in my life where literally everybody carried, well, not carried, a very large percentage of the pickup trucks in the parking lot of my high school, my freshman year, had deer rifles in the rear window. And I'm sure that if you lived in the South and in a lot of places, even up north, you saw the same thing, right? You saw the same thing because, um, well, because that's the way it was, right? And you would get up at, kids, including myself, would get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. We'd be in the woods at daybreak at 5 a.m. and we would hunt until 6:30, and we'd be at school at 8 o'clock. And that's just how it worked out. We'd come in and we would change out of our camouflage or whatever. Of course, a lot of us back then, back when I was a youngster, camouflage was, you know, mostly military surplus stuff, like old BDUs and stuff. There wasn't all the Gucci flage like we have today. That's didn't have that stuff. And we never had any issues in school because quite literally, I'm fairly certain that a fair number of teachers had 38s in their desk. I'm positive, that a couple of them, acted as I shouldn't say acted, but that I'm certain that a couple of them were, absolutely armed all the time. And I got to show you this sign, guys. I'm going to show you this. I can do this cleanly. And here it is. This is a sign that's outside a school in, so we can just blow that up and get rid of me. So this is a sign at a school. This is a real sign outside a school in Colorado. And they mean it. And those teachers are armed. And they're there to protect those kids. And they've never had a problem ever. And the reason for that in this specific case is because they're so far away. It takes, the adage of when seconds count, police are minutes away. In this case, when seconds count, the police are an hour away. So this is a great thing. And I support this. I really believe that we should do this, and I could go even one step further. Let me see what we got here. Arthrodaya, basically disarming people in response. See, that's why I don't go there. I'm gonna, that's actually an interesting point. Great topic, Arthrodaya. Great on you for bringing this up. I don't go to concerts. I don't go to football games. I don't go to baseball games. I don't go anywhere where I'm going to be unarmed. Now, if there are no metal detectors involved, I don't care how big the event is or what the rule is. I'm armed. I promise you that I am. If there's no metal detectors involved, or if they're not, even if they're wanding me, there are things I can do. If they're wanding me, I don't really care about that. But but I think that you shouldn't go. I think you should boycott it. And I honestly believe that if most people showed up and said, "Fuck no, I'm not going in there because you're disarming me," I'm not going there. I just don't go there. Zesty Ash, I think teachers should be trained in firearms and at least the basics of EMS as well. I don't disagree with that. I think that teachers that want to should certainly. But that shouldn't be a requirement. Okay. We've gotten into this, it's not really an appeal to authority. It's but what we've done in this country, which is very interesting, it's very unique that we've done this. And I don't think it's ever, I think at this point in history, I think it's very interesting that we're at this point. And what's happened is that we have decided that unless you have X qualification, you can't do something. And that's dumb. It's just really stupid. And I can't understand. Well, I mean, I can. I mean, I certainly understand it. I'm not stupid, but it's very interesting to me how we get to these specific spots, because just because you have training doesn't mean you know shit. You passed it. I mean, how many people pass tests and then can't even fucking do the job they're assigned to do? This is dumb. This is this insurance philosophy, this appeal to qualification that doesn't matter. It doesn't exist. Mainly because nobody cares. And if you're not going to train, then it doesn't matter. But the point is, you don't need it. You don't need to be a highly trained super sniper SEAL special forces guy to protect the people in your care. People do it every day. Literally every day in this country, someone protects themselves with a firearm without being a super sniper SEAL guy. And this is the dumbest thing that I've run across when I talk to people about this. Is that, well, as long as they get proper training, as long as they're certified by some organization, but as long as the state says they're okay to carry a gun, they're okay to carry a gun. Seriously, you're going to appeal to the fucking state? The same people that vote for Biden, those are the guys you want approved, checking off the box. The guys who give out driver's licenses are the same people that you want, the same type of people that you want to certify people to carry guns. This is the mentality that we have, and you think is there anybody out there that believes this bullshit? I don't believe this bullshit at all. I think this is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. Or it's like top 20. Top 20. And I can't I just can't get there from here. I'm not even trying anymore. I actually quit trying to understand it because it's dumb. It's just dumb. And I just don't like it. And I don't want to do it. And you can't make me. So yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, close that. All right, great. So I'm sorry, guys. When I start ranting, I don't actually read the chat. So give me a second. Let me catch up. Yeah, this is a tactic the state uses, and by the state, I mean like most organizations. The state uses this tactic of, well, you need to be certified, and then of course you got to jump through all these fucking hoops to get there. Relocate. Yeah. Disarming college students, that's bad. That's dumb. Don't do that. Yeah, that's right. This is very true. A lot of trucks had a 4-foot level and a shotgun or rifle and a fishing rod. You forgot the fishing rod. I understand, not everybody fishes, but most would have that. We already covered this. Yeah, sure. If they want to, I agree with that. However, I don't think it should be mandatory. I don't think any training should be mandatory. Yeah, I don't know. I think the bot's kind of freaking out tonight. We may have to take the bot offline. Yeah. You think it's a fair take? Good. I like it. In Miami, we had a problem with armed gangs coming into the trauma hall to take out the docks, trying to save people they wanted dead. So they'd put in armed guards and metal detectors. Yeah, some people just need to be shot. Yeah. They literally fired at trauma surgeons. I was not present, thankfully, at the times this happened. Exactly. Yeah, don't do that. We already posted this one. Don't delay and make it more expensive for people to protect themselves. You have to take a day off work, spend money, wait. Meanwhile, you're a target waiting for a stupid ass license. Always complain about how requirements are so high. That's such a fair perspective. Thanks for opening my eyes to that. Absolutely, man. Anytime. Or lady, are you a girl? I'm not sure. It's hard to tell anymore. The states have to fix the jam. Yeah, whatever. Uh, don't want to interrupt the 2A rant for sure. Yeah, did you hear that, Clover Tack? Tennessee Governor Lee has signed into law that we are able that teachers are able to carry firearms on campus, and they are now armed, and that's right. So the interesting thing that okay, good to know that you're a girl. Uh, you can't always tell behind the screen, so you know how it is. Um, Hello, how are you? Basically a ghetto, and that explains everything. I kind of had already thought that, but thank you for knocking that out. Clover, sorry, I interrupted myself and I versed off that tangent. Yeah, so Governor Lee just signed into law that it is perfectly legal now in the state of Tennessee for teachers to carry firearms on campus, and it's been a long time coming. We really need to have that happen. Um, Now, I personally believe that most teachers were already carrying something, if it was nothing more than a pocket knife. Um, but we'll see. Um, and yeah, yeah, Tennessee's been doing really good lately. You know, we're regaining a lot of ground that was taken back in the 60s and 70s. There was a period of time in Tennessee, and I remember this because when I was a younger man, and this was probably hmm, like 89, 90, 91. I was a much younger man, and to get a carry permit, you had to be able to prove to the local police department that you had a reasonable need to carry a firearm. Like you can, and one of those would be like, you know, that you operated a pharmacy, or you were a sole proprietor at a store and you needed to, obviously you needed to protect yourself, protect the store. You carried large amounts of cash, which I did actually at that point in time. I was a manager. And but you had to have a reason, and it had to be personally approved by the police chief, which was dumb. And they got rid of that, and now we don't even have it. It's great. It's very so. I missed something. What did I miss? So oh yeah. Right. Yeah. And I think that we're going to see a lot of laws in states where they typically weren't, um, they were really bad. We've done this for a while. We've been gaining traction year after year after year, but it's gotten really bad. Howdy. How are you? We're just chilling out tonight, guys. I'm just gonna rant. I'm gonna say some things that might hurt people's feelings. If they do, look, they're just feelings. It's just feelings come and feelings go. Responsibilities, they stay the same. We have responsibilities in life. Um, I don't understand that guy. Is he here? Veritas, are you in the chat tonight? Are you lurking somewhere? I don't understand that guy because I talk all the time about how to dig your ass out of being poor, and he seems to be one of these negative Nancys that just wants to stay poor. He just doesn't believe that he can not be poor, and that's bullshit, guys. I'm gonna have to step away for a second. I think my son's locked my dog out. My dog is banging literally on my studio door, wanting me to go let her into the house. So give me 1 second. I gotta take care of the poor dog. All right. Sorry about those technical difficulties. My poor dog got locked out, got locked out of the house by my son. And she just like bangs on the door and lets me know that she's unhappy about that. It's hot outside. She wants to go inside, get in the air conditioning, and lay on the couch or something. But the dog was she's literally like thump, thump, thump on the door. I'm like, wow, she was really mad. So yeah. Um based street racer mod, please get poor Clover Tack a link. He can come up. Yeah. You guys not seen my dog here? Let me see if I can let me find my dog. Find a good picture of my dog here. My dog's awesome. You guys just don't know what you're in for yet. Um, but it's coming. Oh yes, it's coming. So let's see. Oh, that's why I gotta do. I gotta hit the button. Gotta hit the button. All right. Show you guys a picture of the poor dog. Since we're just chilling out, we're having a good time. My poor dog. There's the poor dog laughing at me from the top of the stairs. But she can't open doors. So the problem with being a dog is, no thumbs. So is what it is. So anyway, there was a dog. She's cute. She's a cute dog. So my 3-year-old actually doesn't lock the doors yet. It's my son, my older son, the 14-year-old that he does that. So yeah. Yeah, she wants to go inside and hug the AC vent. She's not stupid. She's like, let me in. So it's okay. You can't tell, you know. But yeah, so it's but she's big enough that she can bang against the door and get my attention. She doesn't mess around that way. So apologies for the 2 minutes of radio silence. The dog had to come in. Yeah, they do, but the sunroom has French doors that are mostly glass, and you can't put a doggy door in them. We tried where we looked into it, so it just is what it is. Somebody has to let her in. It's the way it is. So yeah, when it snows, she's done, man. She's out there. She'll just disappear for a couple of hours. I'll send him the. Hang on, I'll send this poor. Um, uh, I'll send this poor man the invite. I just got to minimize everything out. Get to it. There we go. Here he is. So I still have it. There you go, Hot Rod, in your Discord, bruv. I got it. I got it. I got the guy. I got him. So no, my 3-year-old's awesome. He's a good kid. He really does good stuff. He's funny, man. He cracks me up. It's a good thing. You know, like a 10-year spread is pretty crazy. Yeah, lock each other out. That's funny. That's hilarious. I like that idea. What's up, Clover Tech, buddy? How you doing, man?
Man, y'all in those fucking discords. I swear. Need,
Yeah,
y'all all need paralysis of the discords. That's what you need.
paralysis.
Hey, just get
I
on
don't know
X
what.
and message somebody. Killing me.
Yeah. Okay.
Everybody's got a Discord, and I go over to Discord, and there's 8,000 servers in a list, and
There are 8,000.
then you try to look up somebody, and you can't find somebody, and it's
Yeah,
horrible. It's horrible.
it is. It is. I'll go with you that it's pretty bad. I'll go with that.
It's just a learning curve, and I'm like a month into it or something, and
Yeah.
I don't go over there except for the message anyway, really. So yeah. Anyway, good day for you, I guess. Did he sign that today, or did he sign that yesterday? He signed that like yesterday, because that's weird that he would sign it today on a
Oh
Saturday.
no, no, I signed it a couple of days ago.
Oh, okay.
I'm just catching up on the news because I've been on the range every single
Oh
day.
man,
I've been,
slacker,
I've been it's
slacker.
not that I've been yeah, I'm slacking. Yeah, I've been on the range literally every day. And when I get back, so look, dude, I kid you not, I've been streaming every night because I haven't been able to stream during the day, so I felt, well, I got to make it up. And I've been up to like 2-3 o'clock every day. I get back up at 6:30, 7 o'clock, and I'm on the range in the heat all day. I've just been like, and then I'll come back, I'll sleep for like an hour or two, take a nap, and then I'm back on. And it's
Yeah.
just been this never ending cycle, right? Of just, getting stuff done. And it's pretty terrible.
Yeah.
So, I actually went to sleep this afternoon at like 2:30, 3 o'clock, something like that. Whenever, because we got home early today. It's
Yeah.
last day for us. Is last day, and it's. Look, I get the way that they run it is the way they run it for a reason, but we showed up at 10 o'clock this morning. You always have to show up early because they'll start you early. At 11:30, we took the field. We weren't actually supposed to shoot until noon, but he shot at 11:30. It was literally, he was done by like 12:15 because it was double trap, and that just burns so fast, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so he shot double trap, got done. There's nothing to do. Like, we're done. And all the vendors are packed up. They're all getting ready to go. They're leaving tonight. So there wasn't anything to go look at and Google and like fondle and want to buy, And so I was like, yeah, all right, we're just going to go. So I got home a little bit early and I had some other stuff to do. And then I told my son, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go take my old man nap so I can, and I set my stream up and everything. I'm going to take my old man nap and I'm just going to go to bed. I'm just going to get some sleep. And I slept so hard that when I woke up, I looked at my phone, I said 7 p.m. and I'm like, holy crap. And then I got like some messages that led me to believe that it was Sunday morning. And I'm like, oh man, I slept the whole night. I missed my whole show and everything. I'm like, wow, that's terrible. And I was like pretty disoriented there for like 5 minutes or so, 10 minutes. I come out and I'm talking to my son. I'm like, hey, what are you doing? And he, of course, he's packing for Atacocan. And he's like giving me all this nonsense about, oh, I got to do this, I got to do that, I'm gonna have to do this. I'm like, no, you don't. Just follow the directions, right? Like, these guys do this every year. Just do what they say do. And it's very interesting how kids that have never done anything want to tell the adults who've done it, who literally do it 4, 5, 6 weeks out of the year, every year, how to make it work. And so that's basically what we've had going on. We've had literally, he was like, they say, well, because they say you have to fit it all in one dry bag or whatever. And he's like, I can't do that. My sleeping bag won't fit. This won't fit. That won't fit. And I'm like, I think it'll fit. You're just gonna have to go through and look at the actual list of stuff they tell you to bring and what not to bring. And so he's inside right now going through all of his crap, because I told him, I'm like, look, I'm going to look at this in the morning. And if it's wrong, or you're hiding stuff, I don't know what's going to happen, but it's probably not going to be cool. It's probably going to be along the lines of, I'm going to dump everything out on the floor and make you redo it all. And he doesn't want that. So
yeah.
But kids are kids, man. They just are. So
right. Well, you got a shout out over on my community tab earlier.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I did a thing today that we talked about last night, or actually it was this morning we talked about it, but
like 2 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, I picked up a few minutes ago. I pulled the trigger on a couple of those true glow beads, or whatever you call them.
Oh, yeah.
So
the Tom Knapp sites.
Yeah.
Poor Tom Knapp, gone before his time.
Yep. So
let's see.
They'll be here Tuesday, which means I won't get to put them on or mess with them or do anything for, good Lord, what's today, Friday, a week, probably a week and a half at least. So that's going to suck, but they'll be here, so it's all be good.
Yeah. I watched part of Andrew's chill stream, or his earlier chill stream, talking about his time out over at Tim Pool. Made a couple of comments there. That was great.
I didn't get to watch much, maybe 30 or 45 minutes, and then we needed to go into town anyway to get some stuff done before we head out next week. And the oldest daughter called and needed someone to take away the youngest grandbaby. So we had to go over there and pick her up, and went to town had to drag her to town, which was fun. She's like 7, so it wasn't horrible, but it's a lot different when it's just a couple of grown-ups than when you got a kid, because I'm thirsty, I'm hungry, I got to go to the bathroom, oh my God.
Oh yeah. That's always, I mean, my son's always hungry, dude. Like, it's crazy. I'm like, you're gonna have to slow down. Christina, pineapple on pizza. I'm neutral. I'm neutral on pineapple on pizza. My kid used to like it, so I had to go with that. And I don't hate it quite as much as Andrew, but it's not my favorite for sure.
Yeah, big fat.
Now my son hates it. My son now hates it. He used to like it, and now he hates it. I don't know. That's a kid thing where they just really like something and then they just hate it. He won't even eat it now, which is great. Now I don't have to order that crap. Do I do competition shooting? Yes, I do. Matter of fact, everybody except for the 3-year-old, everybody in my family has shot a match.
John must be new here.
It must be new. Yeah.
Tell me you're new here, John, without telling me you're new here.
That's right. Yeah. Let's see. Thanks, chat. My bad. Yeah, absolutely. Kids acting like experts. I don't know what that is. And it's interesting because my son, because he does the same thing all the time. I told him, he and I have had a constant running battle about him using a gel shooting pad for his 12 gauge. It's not that it really reduces recoil or anything like that, but after you've shot 300 rounds in a couple of days, that third day you're starting to get a little sensitive, right? Like, it doesn't hurt, but
yeah,
it gets a little sensitive.
It's also cooler. Not like it looks cooler, like, oh man, that's cool.
Yeah,
yeah. Like temperature wise, it's cooler.
Yeah. You don't have that friction.
Right.
Braiding your shoulder. You don't, you don't get the red. You don't have that red mark under your shirt. And I'm like, look, this is not about you being a badass. This is about literally being able to do something every day for a week, right? It's no different than wearing knee pads if you're a carpet guy. It's no different. It's just a piece of equipment that you need. And today he finally used it and he's like, wow, that really did help. And I'm like, yeah, I told you.
Sometimes we're just resistant to stuff. I've been.
I
we
did
talked about
think it
this.
was something. I did. I really did.
Well,
I was like, I thought I slept through all. I mean, I was so, dude, I was racked out. Somebody's talking like football or something. Tom Knapp was a multi-world champion trick shooter guy. Like he did all of it. I mean, I think he made his living with the shotgun when that was very hard to do. So,
yep.
What do you think of Bob Munden? Overrated or really that good?
Munden almost always comes up. I met Munden 2 or 3 times. I met Munden. I always heard he was kind of a jackass, but I didn't get that. I didn't get that impression. He was one of those guys that was that good and knew he was that good. So, I don't know what you expect as far as attitude when you have somebody like that. But yeah, from everything that I've seen, he was that good. He was gifted.
Gifted. That's a great way to put it. Let me ask, have you met Taryn Butler?
Oh yeah. I spent some time with Taryn.
He's hilarious.
A month ago or so. He's not he's not my favorite person, but there's a lot of reasons to go into that I'm not going to get into. But
yeah. It's okay. We can get into it. I mean, I'll probably bring them up. So you don't.
No, I don't get into that. That's one thing that you'll quickly notice about me. The way that you guys do the shit over here with y'all stuff, we don't. For the most part, we don't do that in the gun tuber community. We don't mouth and back and forth and talk about other people, and we just don't do it. If we have issues with people, we hash them out with those people at an event personally, and just kind of go about our business, ignore each other or whatever. And there's professional courtesy, and it's yeah.
You've obviously not been hanging out with Ben Stager, so that's you're not on the Team Duty Project Facebook page for sure.
Yeah,
I know. Tell me how you're not on Team Duty without.
This is true. This is true. I'm not. That's true. I'm not. But I'm just saying, for the most part, that's the way it goes. And it's not that people don't get talked about behind their back and stuff like that. They do, but I'm not going to air it here live and it be. I'm not doing that.
I wouldn't want to. I don't like airing stuff, but I think there are funny things. Like, do you? Well. So I was at Surefire, which it's interesting that so many matches are called world championships when they're just a match.
Yeah.
And I was at the Surefire World Championship, it's just a single match. But it's a great match. It's multi-gun. They do a night stage. It's really cool. Or a night set of stages. Really cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they had a lot of problems that year with staffing. They had a lot of ROs quit. It was like super hot that year. I want to say it was like 100, 108, something like that, it's out in the fucking desert.
Yeah.
But
it's a dry heat.
It is. Yeah. It's so dry you pass out.
Yeah.
And and I kind of knew, I think I knew pretty much everybody there. And they had, since they were having staffing problems, I got there early because I shot morning, afternoon, and then the following day, or I shot morning the first day, off in the afternoon, and I was just too beat to help them out. But the next day I got a lot of sleep. I came in early the next morning. I'm like, hey, if you guys need some staff, I don't shoot till noon. So, or 1 o'clock, whatever it was. So, put me where you need me, coach.
Right.
And like, well, we need a spotter on glass for the long range. I'm like, okay, cool. So I get on, and they're actually, and I thought this was brilliant. I don't know why more people don't do this. We actually had 3 spotters on glass, so that one of us would see it, and usually 2 of us would see it, the hit, and there wasn't a lot of arguing back and forth.
Yeah.
Which happens when you have one guy, because one
Yeah,
guy,
yeah,
you're like,
exactly.
I couldn't keep up with you. I was looking at the wrong target. I think I saw it wiggle, but I think he hit the post. With 2 or 3 guys, you're like, yeah, we're on it. We know what's going on.
Yeah.
So, and the guy that put on the matches, he doesn't do it anymore now, but he was fucking great. And so I had a lot of respect for him. I still have a lot of respect for him. And Taryn gets up there. Well, actually, first of all, this kid named Maximundi,
Yeah.
Max Leograndis, he just fucking hammered this stage, dude. Just hammered it. And I was like, wow, that was cool. And of course, him and Taryn are from the LA area, California at that time. That's where Max was. Max just destroys the stage. I mean, like, he burned it down. And for some stupid ass, well, actually, it's not stupid ass. So Taryn has this habit of, or he used to have this habit. He would show up and he would bring gear for all three classes: limited, tack, and open. And he would look at the entry list and decide where he had the best chance of winning. And that's the division he would shoot. And so in this case, there were some really good open guys. Jerry was there. The MMA guy, Josh Fralick was there. And there were some other guys there. And they were like, the open guys, open was going to be good. And of course, the tack field was crazy. And I think that was like one of the first years that Nils Johansson was like everybody all of a sudden was like really paying attention to Nils, and Scott Green was there and a bunch of other guys. So Taryn decides to shoot limited with so that's a red dot on a rifle. And so the long range at this match it wasn't that far. It's like 400 yards, but it was up a fucking mountain. Like you're down in the valley and the targets are on the side of the mountain. So if you didn't understand your incline or your cosine, you were fucking missing. Just guaranteed, 100%.
Yeah.
And if you have a red dot, like this is a hard shot. Like this is some real talent, like you're gonna have to figure this shit out on the fly.
Yep.
And so Taryn goes through the pistol and shotgun, and he does really well. He gets to the rifle, and I'm on the glass, and he's shooting, and he was shooting like some really weird loads, like 40 grain or something like really strange. And he's like, yeah, I'm shooting these 40 grains, they'll barely move the target when they hit it. And I'm like, I'm looking right at it, dude. There's no splash, there's no nothing. Like you didn't hit and he missed a lot. I mean, he missed a lot of them. I think he got 1 out of 7 or something, or 2 out of 7, something like that. And all 3 of us agreed. But for some reason, he was closest to me. And he looks at me and he says, "Are you sure?" Because, that I'm using these like whatever bullets and they barely move the target. They don't make the target really move. And I'm like,
right.
And that was another one of his things, is he would do this prior to us having the magneto speed flashers. There were a lot of guys who did this kind of thing where they would use these light bullets and claim, so they could claim that, well, it impacted, but it wiggled and you got to give it to me. Right. And so I literally looked at him. I'm like, I'm like, Taryn, I'll give you my home address, my home phone number. You can come by later and kick my ass, but you missed all those targets.
Right.
Like you can
Yeah.
come by later and be as mad, as angry as you want.
Yeah.
But you missed them all. Like I didn't make this shit up. And he looked at me a long minute and he's like, okay, all right. And he just went on about his business. But up until that point, it has been all this like, are you sure? Because I was right there. And I'm like,
excuses. Yeah.
No, you weren't. No, you weren't. You weren't there, man. And at Surefire, you couldn't coach. So I couldn't tell him high, low, left, right, none of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's no walking him in. That's actually a penalty for both me if I did it and him.
Right.
And so I didn't, I wasn't gonna, that's how they do that. But it was a very interesting thing that you have this guy who's like nationally known, who's a exceptional personality, literally larger than life, right? Like he's, he's a big deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you have me, who's like fucking nobody over there, and he's like raging, bro. And he really had a great time with it. And he actually got mad and left because he thought that he had gotten a penalty that he didn't actually get, or they waived the penalty or something like that. And he ended up second. He thought he was going to end up like fourth or fifth. And so he had left. He'd actually started the drive home because he was convinced that he didn't have a top three.
Mm-hmm.
And he left. And he had to turn around and come back for the award ceremony. It was pretty funny. I like Taryn a lot. Taryn's great. He's funny. You had that whole thing at shot like it was like 4 years ago. The video.
Yeah, it was 19 or 20. 19 or 20, maybe.
I thought it was it was pre-COVID.
Yeah, it was. It was before the year that got missed.
Probably 19, I think.
Yeah, because that was all that Jade was in the Blackwater booth that year. So
and I remember
Blackwater, and so that was it was the year before the off year, if I recall. It was so.
Yeah, it was an interesting thing for me because I know personally a lot of the orbiters, I guess, lack of a better word, orbiters that hang out with him.
Probably, in your world, especially in the competition.
Yeah. Oh, I definitely know. I mean, so, and they're telling me that, like, this is there's this going on with this deal, and there's that going on with this deal, and I'm like, I don't really care. None of it bothers me.
Right.
Like, they're freaking adults. Who cares? Like, why is this a big deal? Like, I understood Tori Nanaka and all of that. Like, I understood that being a subject of discussion for years because of how that went down, right? Because that was bad. But I was like, these are two consenting. Who cares? In LA too. I mean, how is it not weird? How does the weirdness not happen?
Yeah.
And but it was. I to this day I know people who are like, I won't do anything with Taryn. He's weird, or he's whatever. And I'm like,
he's weird. He's weird for sure.
He's definitely weird. He's a weird dude.
Yeah.
But that doesn't. He's not a bad guy. Anytime I've needed help with anything, like I don't even use his stuff. Well, I do now. I have a couple of his things now, but I used to not even use his stuff. Anytime I needed help with anything, he's like, "Yeah, man, it's cool. What do you need?"
Yeah.
And he would be the first guy to stand. He would be literally the first guy standing in line. If somebody's rifle went down, he'd loan them a rifle. If their pistol went down, he had a spare in the vehicle that he'd loan them. Whatever you need, man. He was like,
I know a lot of people like that though too. That's not uncommon,
right? It's not uncommon. That's the thing but you can't, like, in one hand, it's not right to say, on one hand, this guy's a creep, he's a jerk, he's a whatever. And then on the other side of it, say, man, he's a good guy. He's like, he's always
Well,
ready
I
to help
mean,
you and all this kind of stuff. So
yeah, being fair. I mean, I don't know that anybody other than him. Well, I mean, there's probably a select few that know the entirety of all the facts in the situation anyway, and that's with anything. So
right. And
that's
so
the
why have a
that's why I
hard
say that.
opinion on
But
it? Yeah, why have a hard opinion on it, right?
well, I mean, I don't have a hard opinion on it. I just um, I don't need
Well, I
any of
wouldn't
his
expect you to. I would
stuff. I
expect you
don't
to be very
really
neutral.
need. I mean,
Right.
I don't. I'm kind of like you that it doesn't bother me one way or another, but
Yeah.
at the same time, um, I'm not looking to be an orbiter of his or ride his coattails or do any of that shit anyway. So
Right. Right. And he's gotten out of competition for the most part because most of the matches that he really enjoys doing, he's not uh he's not really doing it right now.
yeah, but it seems like there's a lot of water under the bridge with all that at this point anyway. Honestly,
Well, I think Taryn had receipts.
he's moved on. She's moved on
Yeah.
for the
I
most
think he
part.
had receipts and
Yeah.
she knew it and that's why I never went anywhere. I actually had a bunch of people, you know, that were talking around the whole deal and like, why doesn't she do anything? Why doesn't she say anything? And I'm like, probably because Taryn has like a lot of stuff, like a lot of documentation. And it would be very bad to do that. So I don't know. I think that's an interesting, I think that's a very interesting thing. John, yeah, go skip around. We'll be talking about some cool stuff here. We kind of got derailed a little bit.
Yeah,
The
nobody out there knows who Taryn is.
Yeah,
Probably,
yeah.
unfortunately.
Very few people, yeah.
They're
Does
like,
it
what?
pay good? Oh, I'm assuming you're asking about shooting competition. Does it pay good and what the prizes are like?
Yeah, I think he was.
I mean, you can win guns. I don't know if it pays good, but you can win
I would
guns.
say no. I would say
Um,
no, and I know a lot of the international and Olympic level, and the answer still, even at that level, is no.
yeah. Have you?
That's why you get. I guess if you get enough sponsors and things,
Mhm,
I mean, you can make a living. Don't get me wrong, right? But even if you're as good as Jerry,
mhm.
um, like you got to think of all the moving parts and pieces that make Jerry money, right? It's not the competitions
Right.
necessarily that make Jerry
Yeah.
money. It's the sponsors, endorsement, the
Mhm,
YouTube side, the influencer side,
mhm.
appearances, that sort of thing. That's where he makes the money.
Right. Right. So I I've been asked this question actually a lot, and it's an interesting thing because I find that the market it's interesting to me because I think the market for firearms stuff or shooting competitions or what however you want to look at it, I find the market for it's really big. I think there's a lot of people who are into it. I think that there's a lot of people who want to do it, and I think that there's a lot of products out there that need to be marketed and would sell much better if they were effectively marketed. What I find equally is interesting is that I for the most part there's almost a taboo of doing that, of actually marketing their product and actually going out and saying, hey, this is the best thing ever, or this will help you win, or whatever, a lot of different things. Because honestly, it seems to me like, and I could be wrong, but it seems to me like there's a real disconnect between the guys who are trying to sell product and move things and the guys that are recruiting people to go do matches and to put on events and that sort of thing. And I used to think,
Yeah, I can see
I
that.
used to think it was fixable, but I think the mentality is such that it's just not. It's really not.
Well, there's disconnect all throughout. That's the thing
Right.
is, and I've talked about this multiple times over the years. The gun community in general is like we're like the Bahamas or Hawaii. We're we're a series of islands,
Right.
and for the most part, everybody stays on their island. Whether that's competition, whether that's
Sure.
straight up gun tuber, whether that's tactical, whether that's hunting, whether it's general recreational shooting, instructors, home defense. Like there's all of these islands, right?
Yeah.
And you've got some crossover. So you have some people that own boats. I would count myself, and it sounds like you're probably one of those too, that
Mhm.
we own a boat. And so we can traverse between all the islands and we know various
Mhm.
people. And so, we can make on a small scale, and I've been guilty of this, or I don't know if guilty is the word, but of making some things happen, right? Just
Yeah.
by getting one island to, being the proxy to get two islands to communicate or something and make something happen.
Yeah.
But make no
Fair.
mistake, that's always on a small scale. You can
Yeah.
never get all the people over to go from one island to the next to like collaborate on something like that. Almost never happens. So there's some semblance of cohesiveness there, but it's because I call them bridge builders, but it's because of those people that are bridge builders.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. I think that it's well, I don't know. I used to have some thoughts, like some really hard and fast thoughts on it, but now the way things are now, I think it's just very strange.
Yeah.
I think like so many of the tactical guys have been exposed for being, not what they say they are. So there's a bad taste left in
Yeah.
a lot of the not really general public, but like the orbiters mouths,
Well,
like, and
and it's the industry side too,
yeah. Oh
approaching.
yeah. Well, we can get into that in a minute. As a matter of fact, I'd love to get into that. That's um and it's actually one of my favorite subjects when I'm really aggravated
So,
to talk about.
so one of the first things I have to contend with, and it's something that, when I first started all this, I kind of got offended by it in a way. And then I was like, you know what? I've got to figure out a strategy to just acknowledge
Work
this,
through it.
accept this, and try to move on.
Yeah.
Because I would go to these shows and I'll walk into a booth with a company that, I want to start a relationship with in some way or another. And the immediate hurdle you have to deal with as a gun tuber, as an influencer, creator, whatever you want to call it,
Hmm.
media person, is 80% of the people, 80% of our quote unquote colleagues in this niche
Hmm.
uh, are fucking trash that rip off
Yes.
companies, and they'll cut a deal and they won't complete, hold up their end of the agreement, and it ruins it for the 20% in some way. It ruins it for the 20% that are left, because it's really hard for those of us that do put in the work, right,
Hmm.
and do fulfill our end of the bargain or whatever it might be. It's really hard for us to even get a chance to overcome that, to even for them to even consider our proposals and get a chance. And so one of the things I've learned is to address it right off the bat, like literally
Right.
within the first couple of minutes of conversation, to say, look, I know that 80% of the guys that have come in this booth at this show are complete fucktards. I'm not one of them.
Right.
I hate that that represents what we do, and you have to put up with that. It sucks. I can guarantee you, you're not going to have that type of experience with me. Whether we work together or not, you're not going to have that kind of experience from
So, do you know who Three Gun Nation is?
me. Yeah, not like
Okay.
buddies, but
All right.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, um, I was a big believer in Three Gun Nation.
Mhm.
I thought they had a great program. I thought they had a great way of looking at it. And I don't know if you know kind of the history, and I know the chat doesn't know, so I'm just going to burn through this really quick. Give a and this applies to a lot of different segments, but it's an illustration of how it doesn't matter if we're talking mountain bikes or drag racing. This all kind of goes the same way when this happens, right? Like there's
totally.
no but so Three Gun Nation was Chad Adams to start it with, and like I think one of his roommates, and I don't remember which one. And he would go to events and make deals with the organizers to promote the events and to do videos, and he got a deal with the TV show, and everybody, and they started doing kind of this Three Gun Nation shoot off thing where they would go to like Surefire or the Texas I can't think of the name of the match, but it was a veterans match. They would go to these matches, and then they would whoever won the match, they do a shoot off at the end of it, and it was televised. And from that grew their own match series called Three Gun Nation. And initially, they were supposed to partner with these matches, but what they really did is they partnered with them for a year or so, and they learned how these matches operated, and then they formed their own match organization. So a lot of the matches, like Superstition, will never consider a collaboration again, ever.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll get into that in a second. But they burned all of these bridges, right? And this is a time when this specific sport is growing leaps and bounds. Like it was the fastest growing action shooting competition, period. And matter of fact, it might have been the fastest growing sport at the time, period. And you had all of this stuff going on. Everybody had a team. Everybody, there were there were guys that were getting RVs and stuff to go across country in to these matches. And it was like the golden years, right? And right. And I thought they had it down. I didn't know this. This is all retrospective, right?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know this. So they established this series, and they then go to a club model where your club can be a Three Gun Nation club. All the club has to do is to basically the members that want to compete in the actual Three Gun Nation matches for status have to become members of Three Gun Nation, and they pay $30 a year or whatever it was. Yeah, it was a good idea. I mean, it's not bad. They get you're supposed to get a magazine and some other stuff that never materialized and blah, blah, blah. Well, or it kind of materialized it. But anyway, it doesn't matter. And the first Three Gun Nation match I shot was official match was the Southwest Regionals in Texas. And it rained. Well, first of all, because they were the organization they were, these guys lived on the East Coast, both of them. Both of the guys that ran it lived on the East Coast. There were three guys that ran it. They all lived in the East Coast and in the Southeast. And they never considered weather patterns when they planned these matches. All they really did was look at available dates and they just picked a date out of the air. So the one thing that you don't necessarily want to do is have a large match or event in Texas in the spring. Because in Texas in the spring, it fucking floods. And so
not always, but good God, this year that's
high chance, right? Yeah. Like it's a high chance that you're going to have serious amounts of rain.
Yeah.
And so instead of starting the season in Florida or maybe in the Southeast somewhere, maybe Atlanta or something like that, where even if it rains, we're so used to rain, it doesn't matter, right? The world goes on.
Yeah, it's not dry and it absorbs it.
Right. Yeah. So we were in Texas. It started off first day. I shot great the first day. As I'm leaving the range, it starts raining. And it actually rained out the last half of the first day because there was standing water in half the bays.
Texas flood, baby. Break out the
and they
SRB.
right, and they had so they had to basically throw out my 3 best stages.
Oh, it sucks.
The next day, I show up and I'm supposed to shoot at like 1 o'clock. I don't start shooting until 4, and I had to shoot my last stage in the dark. And they
Wow.
did that because they purposefully reorganized it so the super squad, all the pros, could shoot during the day. They were given preference over every other shooter,
Yeah, right.
which
Yeah.
is terrible. Why would you do that? They're pros. They're supposed to be used to adversity, right?
Yeah.
So they, you know, so they threw out all this stuff. So I left a kind of a bad taste in my mouth.
Well,
But
because
I
they're
was
going
like,
to talk
hey,
trash about the event, and that's going to hurt the event for the future.
right. Everybody was, yeah, it kind of left a bad taste in my mouth, but I was like, hey, you know, things happen, no big
Yeah,
deal.
I'm not taking it up for them. I'm just saying that's
Yeah.
that's
No,
why that
I
was
was like,
done.
yeah, I was just like, yeah, you know, things happen, no big deal. I wasn't going to win anyway. And, you know, it was still a good event, right? It still had fun. And then I did a couple other events. Well, the next event I did with them was in Utah. They didn't even do that event. They actually hired the guys at SUPS to do it, and they put on a phenomenal event. It was one of the best events I've ever been to. That was Ken Nelson and his guys,
Mm-hmm.
and it was phenomenal. It was so good, and I was like, "Yeah, this is what it's supposed to be. Like, this is awesome." And then so I kind of got sucked in because I didn't realize that that's what it was. So then I go back to Texas the following spring. Still rain, but they were a little better prepared for it. Not much. They were in a different part of Texas too.
Mm-hmm.
But they had an issue where now I'm going to back up just 1 second to say that it's very difficult to put on an event like a multi-gun match and not have the potential for issues, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one of those potential issues is at that time was to build a stage that's challenging for Jerry and Taryn and all of these guys.
Yeah.
If you design a stage to challenge those guys, it's crazy for everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And they had the stage where you had the option of candy caning your shotgun rounds, slug and bird.
Mm-hmm.
And they advised all the newer shooters to not do that because in the heat of the moment, you forget what you've shot, what order you've shot things in. And if you miss something, now the order's messed up.
Mm-hmm.
So this guy slugged a popper at like super close, like buckshot, like birdshot range, like 10 yards, 12 yards, something like that.
That's not good.
And Chris Wiseman got a piece of lead through his wrist.
Mm-hmm.
And ended up, you know, and this is where it all started being annoying to me. Well, first of all, their RO came running across the field to our stage looking for a med kit, and our RO had to leave with his med kit to take care of this guy.
That's not good.
And
what?
That was a problem to start out with.
You think?
Then they didn't communicate with anybody that, hey, there's been an incident, everything's cool. There's going to be a slight delay because we're pulling some ROs from here and there, but we're going to keep going. No communication. We're just sitting there, stopped for like an hour. Nobody knows what the fuck's going on, and like, what the hell?
Mm-hmm.
And this is very confusing. Right? This is a big deal. And I started thinking about it. I was like, you know what? The entire shooters meeting was nothing about any of this, because I'm used to a driver's meeting being about, hey, if this is where the safety cars are. This is where first aid is. If your crew guys have a problem, here's where they need to go. You know, all this safety stuff, right? Like our brief is a safety brief, right? Like it's not, our driver's meeting is a safety brief. It's not just, hey, go have fun, guys.
Yeah.
It occurred to me that the entire safety brief was nothing but a sponsor ad session. Mm-hmm. Buy this stuff, join 3 Gun Nation, we're going to have this event here. And it occurred to me that never once did they say, hey, we do not have, we do not have trauma kits on every stage. So if you have one in your car, please let your RO know. We do not, if you have any experience with any of this stuff, that and if something happens, then please step forward. If not, if you don't, step back, don't get out of the way. There was no safety chase at all.
Mm-hmm.
It occurred to me, and I wrote a scathing review about it. Scathing. I was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life.
You care.
And the guy who organized it said, well, yeah, we didn't say anything about it in the meeting, but we shouldn't have to. And every stage had had a trauma kit on it, and blah blah blah, and all this nonsense, right? All this bullshit about how they did not fuck up. And I'm like, that's a lie.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, Chris had a bandage on within 2 minutes of this incident. Like, it was no big deal.
Yeah,
and that was probably true because somebody had a kit in their car that the RO didn't know about. Yeah. And the RO had to come and get our RO. And we were stopped. We were stopped because we had to have 2 ROs to do our stage. Right. Mm-hmm. We were stopped for like an hour.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's a lie. Like, you're lying, Charles. I'm not going to give you his last name. There's lawsuits about this shit still going on. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, that's a lie. You don't lie about it. Look, just admit we fucked up.
All right.
Just say we fucked up. Hey, we did not, it never occurred to us that this would happen. And I was very critical of the stage design. Obviously I shot the stage. I was very critical of it. I was like, you know what? I get it. You need to make it challenging for the high speed guys. However, there's a way to do that and not have risk. And in the safety brief of the stage, which is a printed brief. Now, it's not that the ROs forgot to say anything about it. It's a printed brief that they read off. And some of the ROs would then say, hey, if you're not capable of candy caning and keeping track of your rounds, don't fucking do it. Because if you slug a steel, it could really hurt somebody.
Yeah.
The second problem is that the popper that they had used was a forward falling popper. If it had been a backward falling popper,
been fine.
It'd have been fine. The slug would have bounced off and gone off into the
under those circumstances, that should have been what it was. Knowing that
exactly.
And
I understand the reason they did it was because it was supposed to be a bird shot, and it was supposed to make you delay getting the popper behind it, right? So you had to shoot this popper that you had to wait for it to fall forward, and then the one behind you had to get the one behind it.
Yeah.
The pros would shoot that popper, shoot 2 more targets, and then come back and shoot as it fell and shot. But a newbie slugged it. And it didn't do anything except explode and send shrapnel everywhere.
Sure,
and it hit somebody.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a bad deal. And I wrote a really scathing review. I wasn't doing video at that time. If I'd done video, it'd have been really bad. But and I never video any of my shit anyway. But I was and so I was like, yeah, I'm done with you guys. I'm not playing with you guys anymore. And then I got a bunch of phone calls from people. And the interesting thing is that the guy actually called me, the guy who had told me who had lied to me. He called me up and he's like, look, I'm not lying to you. I promise you there was a trauma kit on every stage. The RO just didn't know about it. And I'm like, well, that's your problem because it's your RO. You should know. And second, and he was like, well, we really want you to be a part of this and we'll comp you your entry fee for the next event. I'm like, well, you guys don't have an event anywhere I'm going to go this year. He's like, don't worry about it. Just let us know what event you want to go to. And I never did get that comped event. Never did. So this is where it all starts unraveling. After that, every event, there was problems. They had Hurricane Nationals at VIR where literally they shot instead of literally set 2, and they knew 2 weeks going ahead that there's a hurricane heading towards them. High chance of it being a hurricane during that weekend. And instead of sending out, hey guys, we're delaying this for 2 weeks or whatever because there's a hurricane coming. Instead of doing that, everybody flew in, drove across country, whatever they got there. And it was literally called Hurricane Nationals. They shot a match during the hurricane.
Yeah.
Which is just stupid. And then it just devolved from there. And then I found out that the people who ran it, now not all of them, I don't know how many were involved, but the people who ran it were siphoning off sponsor prizes from the prize table and using it as compensation. But this wasn't in the contract that they signed with the sponsor for the stuff they got.
Right.
Which would have made it okay, right? Like if they had just included a line saying basically, you give us this stuff, and we choose whether we're going to put it on a prize table, whether we're going to give it as door prizes, or whether we're going to compensate, use it as compensation for our staff employees, right?
Yeah.
So there's a right way to do things, and they did none of it right. And so that led to a bunch of legal issues. That led to people getting sued. There was talks of people getting arrested. It was at one point that one specific person that I talked to told me that she was under instruction from her ammo sponsor to count the pallets of ammo at the match and to just follow up on how much of that made it onto the prize table.
Right.
Because they knew that it was being siphoned off, or they suspected.
Right.
And they ended up, the operating officer or whatever, the guy who was basically running the matches, in charge of everything. He was, I don't know if he was arrested. I think he was arrested, but I don't know if he was arrested at that point. But he had a garage full of guns that were supposed to go on prize table, gear, everything, all of it, just sitting in his garage.
Yeah.
So it really left a bad taste in a lot of sponsors' mouths. And so as that was devolving and crashing and burning, I had actually was trying to work with a couple of different groups to actually put on a TV series based on these matches. I talked to Mav TV, and Mav TV was going to give me an hour program, which is about 48 minutes of film and 12 minutes of commercials. And they were going to give us 90 seconds worth of commercials to sell, or 90 seconds worth of commercials to sell.
Yeah.
So we, basically it would have cost us $0, maybe actually made some money to have the TV time, which is the most expensive part of the whole deal. But we would have to have a production company. We would have to do all the filming. We would have to do all the editing. And basically we would render them a nearly finished product. They would cut it up for their commercials, and then they would air it.
Yeah.
And I had that deal done. That deal was done. That was no problem. Done. When I started talking to the match directors, they're like, nope, don't want to be involved. I'm like, why? Well, stuff that went down with Three Gun Nation, some other groups that had come in with big ideas, and nothing ever happened. And I'm like, but I have the TV contracts. I have it. I mean, we can do it tomorrow. And couldn't make it happen. I couldn't make it happen. And the guys have just been burned too much, just absolutely toasted. And I can't believe it. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's so hard right now for people to get sponsorship or partnerships or whatever. It's really hard for people to create good. In my opinion, it's harder than it's ever been for people to create good firearm content, because they're told no so much. They're just told no. You're a little different. I think that you operate pretty honorably, but
but there's
guys
I don't necessarily get where you're going with that. is why I kind of said that. Is I'm trying to get a grasp on what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, the vast majority get told no, sure, but again, it's because of the majority of bad actors.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean,
So
it's what is the word? It's just,
situational.
it's justifiable or whatever. I
Yeah.
mean, it's understandable why the companies, why they do that. Um,
Yeah.
real quick on the
Amen.
medical thing you were talking about. Um, do you not carry a with you pretty much at all times an IFAC?
Yeah, I carry two. I have two of them.
Okay, okay. I carry two tourniquets. I don't carry two IFACs because if I give
Mhm.
my tourniquet to somebody else, I don't have one, obviously. So,
Right. Yeah.
um, but
I have two in my truck. I have one that
yeah, I'm not
I
talking about in your truck.
yeah,
I mean,
I carry two in my truck and
if you're in
let
your
me yeah.
if you're in your truck, maybe, but yeah,
Yeah, I carry two in my truck at all times. When I'm shooting, I have one that is literally I used to carry it on my belt. I just don't have the real estate anymore to carry it
yeah,
on
but
my
then a
belt.
bag right there next to you is fine.
It's
Yeah,
right it's
yeah,
right there at the start, at the start.
yeah,
And
yeah,
there are other guys that have real estate on their belt that and I know and this is an interesting I mean, that's a whole other subject. I know who on my squad has an IFAC and a tourniquet on their belts or on their sleeves or whatever because there's some different people have different methodologies, right? Like I'm a high speed guy, so I shot last weekend's match in shorts and a t-shirt. um so
yeah, and
I
that's fine as long as it's at
don't
the
have the
ready. Like I don't have a problem
yeah,
with
yeah,
it
yeah.
being
I
in your
don't have
bag, in a
I don't
bag that's at your feet, or a bag that even in a bag that's you know 10, 15, 20 foot behind you on the firing
yeah.
line is
Mhm.
fine. That's close
Yeah,
enough. Like, yeah.
right. But I take note of who has them, anyway, just because and really, I'm not necessarily worried about me. I'm more worried about being like and being in that RO role where I'm behind somebody and I've got the timer and they're going and going and going and they trip and fall and put a round through their leg and then I need to know which guy that's behind us videoing has that tourniquet that I can grab like off of their
Mm,
belt, right? Like I need to know where that thing is so that and I don't know, it's a habit I have and I've
yeah.
developed that just strictly because um of things that I've observed and which
Yeah.
are it's probably unfair. It's probably an unfair way to look at things, but it is the way I look at things.
Well,
Um
I don't want whether it's a hunting situation, shooting sports, out on the range or at the house. I don't want medical gear to be any more than 15, maybe 20 foot away at any given time. And then the other issue that I've got with some people is they don't clearly mark. And so that's one of the things. If anything was ever to happen to me and there was other people around, right? As long as I can still talk, um, that's cool. But what happens if I can't, right?
yeah.
And
Mhm.
so having an eye pack on the outside of your bag strapped to the molly, and that eye pack has a red cross on it. If they turn around, it's visible to the people standing around, right? You don't have to tell everybody. I mean, anybody that sees your bag can tell. Oh shit, that's med gear, right? That's on that. So having all that clearly
Yeah.
marked, and
Yeah,
even
mine is
on my
real.
even on my range, I go a step further. I've got in various places, I've got 5 gallon buckets with lids, and I use those so that I don't have to cart different gear back, from the house back and forth, right? I
Mhm.
can just leave that out there. And I got to change those buckets occasionally because, plastic 5 gallon buckets don't hold up. But anyway,
That's true.
not for years and years anyway,
Mm-mm.
which is fine. They're cheap enough. It's not a problem. But the ones that have med gear in them, I've got the red placards that say first aid,
Yeah.
right? That are somewhere close to those at eye level. That way, whoever might be out there, if anything goes down, I've got all these visual cues. I'm really big on having visual cues for your first aid gear, for your med gear.
Have you been on the range when someone's perforated themselves?
No, I was lucky enough, dude. The vast majority of mine is 4-H shooting sports, and then
Mm,
at the time it was 90 something year, 96 year. I don't even know history.
hmm
There had never been an injury, certainly no fatalities, but not even an injury where somebody had succumbed to a projectile. Let's just say.
mm.
Now ricochet, backsplash,
Yeah,
that in archery is one of the worst for puncture,
yeah.
injuries and things.
Archery is way
But
more dangerous than it is.
so tripping on the range, stepping in a gopher hole, bee stings, snake bites. I've seen a lot of things.
Hmm
But no, I've never been on anything like that. Now, that being said, I was at an event one time where somebody stabbed themselves with an OTF knife, which was uh,
Interesting.
pretty bad. Yeah, they were talking about how cool it was that you can't stab yourself, and they did pretty badly in the leg, and yeah, they had to get
That's
tourniqueted
weird.
up, and they didn't catch an artery, thankfully, but it was bleeding something awful. It was insane. So.
Yeah,
But
I was on a
that was a moment of stupidity. It had nothing to do with shooting. It was like
yeah,
nothing like that. So,
I was on a range in um, California. I'm not going to name the one. But it's famous enough that I think most people know where it is.
yeah.
And of course, there's only a few. So yeah. And I was on a range, and I was taking a class, and um, and I don't normally I don't take a lot of classes, but I was like, I'm going to take a class. I don't have anything better to do, and the only actually taking the class was really the only way that I could access the range.
Hmm.
And I was like,
Yeah.
fuck it, I'll take the class. Why not?
Right. Yeah.
And so we're out there and we're doing, we're doing drills, and just the instructor would show us this drill, and the instructor was legit. Like he really knew what he was doing, um, and he actually, learned some stuff from him, and he had all of the legit instructor kit. He had the big ass med bag sitting on the back of his Tacoma tailgate, and the whole deal, right? Like this guy, when he pulled up, I was like, "Yep, that's the instructor. That's the guy."
Yeah.
And so we're sitting here running drills, and there's a guy in the bay next to us by himself, and he was running drills from concealment with an appendix carry, and I want to say it was a SIG,
Oh, it doesn't matter what it
and
is. Like, oh,
yeah, I think it was a SIG, and so he's running these drills, and he's actually, and he sounds like he's really doing really well, and we hear a string, and what you do is you'd hear the timer, 2 or 3 shots, the sound of kydex, and the timer,
hmm,
and you could just hear it, right? Because I have amplified ears, and I could just hear
yeah,
what's going
right.
on over there, and I'm like, that dude's got it going on, he's having a good day. I even remember thinking like that dude's really like putting some rounds down the range. I mean, he must have, while we were there, he was there. He had already
Well,
been there.
assuming he's hitting a target, but yeah, I
Yeah,
get
yeah,
you.
yeah. Well, I mean, you could hear the ding, 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 ding. I mean,
Oh,
now I
he's
don't
on
know how
steel.
well he
Okay,
was. Yeah, he was on steel.
okay, yeah, it's
I,
fine.
I don't know
Yeah.
where he was hitting the steel, but
Doesn't matter for defensive purposes, man. If you can hit 10-inch steel, you're good, man. So
and so he's banging away, and and he's shooting steals, so he's not really stopping,
yeah,
right? Like you'd hear him, obviously he's reloading mags, and then he'd start again. And I didn't actually pay that much more attention to it. Like that's the most impression I had was he was running drills, he was getting his stuff done, everything's great. So we stopped for a break and get a Gatorade out of the rental car, and and I'm watching the guys running drill. I mean, the guys just drill, 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 and I couldn't tell whether he was like an IDPA guy getting ready for some like IDPA thing, or if he was just a committed self-defense guy,
right,
and
or both.
or both. And so now we go back to running drills again, and everybody at that point, he was there before us. We had been there about 45 minutes, so we're a little hot, we're a little tired. We've had our first break, and and we're running drills. And I remember standing there, we were listening to the instructor talk about the next evolution. We're going to move the props around, and then we're going to, then this is where we're going to do this, right? We're all listening to that, and we're hearing ding, 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 kydex, ding, 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 kydex. We hear ding, 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 boom. And I'm like, that was odd. It's a single round. And we can hear the guy, like, he screamed.
Obviously.
It took a minute. It was, I felt like it was like a full minute between the single boom and him screaming.
Oh, yeah.
And what he had done is, as he was reholstering, his t-shirt had gotten caught in the trigger, and he had just pushed it in, and it had blown a hole in his crotch. Our instructor, literally before any of us reacted, he had already grabbed his med bag and run over there and was rendering aid to this guy. But this guy was on it.
Yeah.
And that guy had no gear. Like, he had no medical at all. And so if the instructor hadn't been there, that guy would have died instantly.
Had to have been just a self-defense guy then. Had to have been, because there's no way if he was any kind of serious competitor, he wouldn't have had gear.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think.
This range must happen there a lot, because I kid you not, it had the
did they have active RSOs, or it was like police?
There's no active RSOs.
Yeah,
they had
I'm not surprised.
All of the information at the end of every bay, the local hospital, emergency response, live flight, and the GPS coordinates for their helicopter to land.
Yeah.
Right at the end of every bay.
Right. Yeah.
So we had like 4 guys on cell phones like calling it in, and we're like, no, just one of you guys do it. Just one of you guys.
Did he catch an artery or anything?
So I didn't look, but it looked like it went through like the kind of the meaty that meaty portion of the top of the thigh.
Yeah.
Like, because apparently, when he put it in, the holster didn't stay straight. When it looked like what happened was when his t-shirt grabbed the trigger guard or the trigger, it torqued his holster to the side.
And it would have, yeah.
And so it wasn't missed his dick, but it got that meaty
kind of in between,
of that top portion of that thigh of your thigh there,
right,
of his right leg. But it didn't matter, dude. It was fucking hamburger.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it was just fucking. And that dude, I mean, he got so. I mean, I can't even imagine how fucking lucky he was. If we hadn't been there, or if we had decided, because there was
even with y'all there, if he had caught a femoral, it would have been gone.
It was,
you're gone.
But
especially depending on how far out anything would be. Like how far up it is.
I think live flight was there about 28 minutes after
well, that's about 27 minutes. Too late for a femoral. Yeah.
I thought the helicopters were faster than they were, but apparently I don't know where they had to come from, but probably somewhere in LA. And I think it was 28 minutes.
Well, they've got to get the call. You've got to realize they've got to get the call, initial call. Then they've got to make the call over. Then they've got to. They're not just sitting on a launch pad
right.
So they've got to jump up and grab gear, and to get to the chopper, they got to get to the chopper. They got to spin the chopper up.
Yep.
Because it's not a car. True. They don't just turn the key and go. It don't work like that.
But they are warmed up. They do stay warmed up.
So
whatever.
Yeah, but ready. It's not instant. They don't just jump.
Oh no, it's not instant. Yeah, it was probably 5 minutes from. It was probably 5 minutes from getting. It was probably 2 minutes to get the call. 5 minutes to get in be in the helicopter ready to take off, and it was probably a 10-minute, 12-minute flight.
And then landing's a whole other deal too. It takes a little bit of time to get landed and wound down and all of that. So probably
that guy got fucking lucky though. And that's actually one of the reasons why I tend to wear button down shirts now, and I'm
Well,
exceedingly careful about how I reholster appendix. Exceedingly, like grotesquely
I
slow.
don't carry appendix, and it's not just for that reason. It's just for me, appendix has always been uncomfortable, so I don't do it.
Mhm.
But
I
uh,
rarely carry appendix now.
we have not had in Texas anyway. We really, even when we had the CHL, the concealed handgun license, printing, whole idea of printing, and if you're wondering out there, it's where you can see the outline of the firearm under your clothing. But the idea of printing or whatever, or even the tip of the barrel or the grip or something, that
Mhm.
never was a huge issue for us, right? It was pretty lax here. Nobody.
I kind
So
of I kind of
I've always carried outside the waistband, right?
Mhm.
And then have my t-shirt or whatever over my waistband.
Mhm.
But I'll tell you what I do before I reholster, because here's the thing, like you don't have to reholster fast. The people that train to
Right.
reholster fast, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Because hopefully you've already neutralized the threat,
Only
right?
reason to put it away.
And so at that point, and then you could always set it down on the sidewalk, or I mean, you could set it in the seat of your vehicle, or you could do something else with it, not even have to holster. But what
Mhm.
I will do, and most of the time it's t-shirts, but since I'm wearing OWB, what I will do is I will loop my shirt back over and behind. You feel what I'm saying? The
Yeah, yeah, I
holster,
got you. I
the
understand
shirt
exactly
tail.
what you're saying. Mhm.
And then it's not in the way. I don't have to worry about it. And then I
Yeah.
also look down and
You see it into the holster.
I never reholster without looking down at it, like never.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
I know a lot of people will do that. They'll blind reholster, and I'm like, ugh. Like
Yeah,
why? You're
yeah.
not pressed for time at that point. Why are you?
I'm
Because if something's
ridiculously
going to go
slow
south, it's
reholster
going to go south when you
concealed.
reholster. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when it happens. Yeah, absolutely. So I hot reholster on the clock with my gamer rig, but that's a drop rig competition holster that I can probably throw the gun in from across the room and it's going to
Competition
log it.
setting, though, you're not really having anything in the way. In
No.
most IDPA and something,
And
maybe there's some stuff with cover garment, but
well, yeah, IDPA, yeah, I would say that, and USPSA doesn't like it, but I mean, dude, I'm running a drop rig setup. I've got, I mean, I dress like a gunfighter. I might as well be one, and so, but I before it goes in holster, the safety's on. Like, I've never had any issue reholstering at all, and I
yeah,
can basically throw that thing in the holster. Um,
yeah.
and but but that's on the clock and that's run. A lot of times I'm running while I'm doing it, right? Um, that's a very specialized thing, and I've got a ton of practice behind it. All of that, all of it, right?
Well,
I was on the
he did
range.
too to hear you talk. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, but I'm not ever I never reholster a belt like a belt a concealed holster or even my OWB because I wear OWB as well. I actually that's my favorite holster right now. I have two. One's a kind of a belt slide that holds basically anything. And then that's my favorite like go to. Um and
Yeah,
then I
bikini, like a bikini holster.
No, it's a little bigger than that, but it will hold my 1911. It will hold it'll hold everything but Glocks. Like any Tupperware pistol, it won't hold. But like my
A thinner design is what you're
yeah,
saying.
yeah, it's
Handgun.
like
Yeah.
my
CZ 1911.
CZ, my
Yeah.
Smith and Wesson single stack
Yeah. Yeah.
9
Yeah. Yeah.
mil, stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
And but it's kind of a it's a leather holster, so it's fine. I wear a lot of leather holsters. I have a lot of Kydex too, but I wear a lot of leather holsters,
I do
just a
too.
personal
Yeah.
bend.
Or hybrid.
Yeah. Yeah. I got a crossbreed somewhere. And
I got one. I got a new one coming. As a matter of fact.
yeah, cool.
Yeah.
But I have this really interesting thing with holsters where um like my competition holster is not something that you would wear every day. My gun comes out of
Right.
holster so fast. Like
Right. Well, it's not
unbelievable.
designed for that. It's designed to come
Right.
out fast. So yeah. But
And
you want retention. You want
well, I have retention.
I'm talking about on your carry. There's a lot of
Yeah,
things
yeah,
that you
no.
want in the carry that is
I have
absolutely
better I have better
detrimental in a
retention.
competition setting. So
I have I probably have better retention on my competition holster if I'm running than I would it on my everyday carry holster, which has basically just a
you mean
snap.
vice versa?
No, my
Well,
competition
it should
holster
be. Your
is,
competition rig should be that way.
yeah, my competition rig has a I use a Safari Land Profit GLS, and so it is a retention holster. That gun is locked in there.
Yeah,
I literally take off at a full bore run and it won't come out. I've been upside
yeah,
down. I mean, that gun is, I've had it get caught on getting in and out, like when we do golf cart stages or vehicle stages. I've had it get caught on things and like basically twist me around, and that gun is not coming out of that holster, period. But it's so fast because you just have to take the right grip and it just flies right out.
right.
It's so fast, but and it's so fast to get it back in, and I know it's in. I know it's locked in, and I've watched so many people use these gamer holsters that are tension. They're only tension based. They don't have a locking system, and they loosen it too much or whatever, and they'll be running, and the gun go flying out of the holster.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
We've all seen that.
yeah. I
It-
like and of course, I don't do running gun stuff, so I'm talking more for carry. But yeah, I've got to have, even if it's a Kydex, I will sacrifice a little wear on the trigger guard and stuff. Um, oftentimes when we will go I say often, we go pretty darn regular almost every
Mhm.
time, if not to the world's largest gun show there in Tulsa twice a year. And there's a company there, Bullseye Holsters, that they will custom make Kydex holsters right there at the show. And big fan of their stuff. I like their stuff, and I always take something to show my support for them. Do business with them. I always
Yeah.
go and get a holster made, and they've got all kinds of cool designs too. You can get Avengers and superheroes and all kinds of camo and whatever military logos. Just they've got so many different things you can get done, and so many configurations too, inside the waistband, outside the waistband. However, and you basically pick all your stuff. You give them your gun, because it's a gun show. You can bring yours in,
Mhm.
give them your
Yeah.
gun, and they make it right there custom to your specific handgun. But anyway, I always have them they'll do it, and then they'll hand it to me for me to check it. And I almost always have them to do a little more impression in the trigger guard, because like I'd rather it be, I'd rather break it in,
Yeah.
right, than it be
Loose from the start.
kind of loose from the start. I'd rather it be too tight from the start, and
Yeah.
then over the next couple of weeks, I'll break it in
Yeah.
to where it's perfect. Like I'll do that myself. You do it where it stays freaking in there. And
Yeah.
yeah, and so all of those has got a really positive click when you go in with it. It's
Mhm.
really positive click, and I like that. Now my leather holsters, none of my leather holsters have that, but then a lot of them have straps and various
Yeah.
things too. So
I so I'm a huge in the competition setting or even a duty setting. I'm a huge Safari Land fanboy. I think all of my
it's one
belt
of the
gear.
biggest. You're not alone.
I have I think all so I well, what year is it? 13 years ago, I bought a set of so I decided I was going to shoot 3-gun and
Mhm.
I needed gear.
Yeah.
I needed belt gear, and I shot my first 3-gun match with some gun show nylon whole web Velcro style mag
Yeah.
pouches and stuff like that,
Yeah.
and that taught me. It showed me immediately that I was wrong,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
so I was like, okay, this isn't going to cut it, and I didn't have time to do anything else. I went to Bass Pro Shop when Bass Pro Shop wasn't gay, and I went there and they had a Safariland rack, and I just literally slit the wrist on my bank account and was like, I got the belt, I got the mag pouches, I got the holster, I got the drop rig, I got everything. I didn't get a drop rig at that point. And went home, set it up, and I shot my first major match the next day, which was the Noveski Area 2 USPSA 3-gun match.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Second match ever. And all new gear. And I learned a lot about setting it up and all of that. And I still use all of that gear except the holster. I've changed holsters a couple of times, but I kid you not, I just gave away the belt to a junior shooter this weekend because I was like, my son's it's too small for me. It's too small for my son.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we cut it down to fit my son, and now he's grown. He's a man, or he's man-sized. So the belt doesn't fit anymore. So there was a kid there, who's kid-sized, and he, him and his dad were like, yeah, we're gonna go buy him a belt this week. He seems to really like it. I'm like, I got you, bro. It's in the truck right now. And I just gave him the belt, and I gave him some belt gear, and I'm like, here, just go have. And he's like, what do I owe you? And I'm like, nothing. Just go.
Yep.
Let's go use it. Yeah. Nobody wants to buy a $70 brand new gun belt and then cut 8 inches off of it to make it fit your kid. And nobody wants to do that. And I already had, so so I gave it to him.
Yeah.
And and I gave him an inner belt, so he has a whole setup. Of course, I didn't have any spare mag. If I'd had spare mag pouches and everything, I would have given them to him. But that gear is 13 years old, and I use it every match, and it still works just like it always did. And I've had other, I watch other guys that go through new mag pouches every couple of years or every year, and I'm like, yeah, I'm so glad that I didn't do that. Like,
well,
I a lot of shit, but
yeah, but there's a lot of turnover because of number one, because they want to. That's a lot of why people do stuff.
Fanboyism is a thing.
And then the second is there's a lot of turnover because it's kind of what we talked about earlier when you get into the certain sponsor deals and working with certain companies and doing things like that. You can get turnover and stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm next week I've got 2 companies actually. No, 2 or 3, 2. That I specifically need to talk with because the current companies that I'm working with are not really relationship based.
Mm-hmm.
And I think these companies will be. In other words, I got their fucking number in my cell phone. We can communicate back and forth, talk regularly all the time. And the 2 companies that are kind of competitors, if you want to say, to these others that I'm going to court, they're kind of big, huge company, hands off, you're a number, you know what I mean? That type of thing.
Sure.
And it's not that their products are bad, it has nothing to do with their products. But all things being equal between 2 products, I want to work with a company that I can be friends with. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And actually, so one of the reasons I kind of like Safariland is they every year at SHOT they give away like 40% off cards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do.
And you can, and if you, and so if you're a sponsored shooter, or if you're a person who can get, well, anybody can get in the SHOT now, but back when you had to be somebody to get in the SHOT.
Well, that's don't put that out there, but yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Effectively, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Technically, no, you have to be a part of the industry.
Yeah, technically you have to be part of the industry, but it's exceedingly easy these days to do that.
NSSF does not like it when there's people out there saying that anybody can get in a job show.
Well, they need to do a better job of vetting then. So, but if you're a shooter that wants to be sponsored by Safariland, one of the easiest things to do is just stop by and say, hey, I'm shooting such and such an area.
Yeah.
Can I have some of your cards? And they'll give you a stack of 40% off cards to hand out to your to the people that follow you, and it's a great thing. It helps everybody. Helps you. Helps them. Helps everybody.
One of the
And
go ahead. Finish up. No, finish up.
Oh, so and one of the, and I'm going to plug her pretty big. So one of the best sources, if you need 40% off, if you're gearing up and you need Safariland gear, contact Wendy Wong on Facebook or Instagram. And you'll know who she is. She's got all of her shooting stuff on there. She's sponsored by Taryn. She's sponsored by some other people. I've shot with her a long time. She's a great human being. And if you just say, hey, I was told by this guy to ask for a 40% discount code, she might ask you who you are, but more than likely, if you're genuine and you're not a dick, she's gonna give you a code so that you can go buy Safariland gear at whatever. I say 40%, it could be 30% now. I don't know what the current rate is, but that's a huge discount, dude. And if you're gearing up, it's a difference between a $300 or $400 belt setup and $200. You know, that's a big deal.
Why don't you hit them up and get your own Grid 1 code for people that you can give out?
I don't do sponsorships.
Oh, well, that's not a sponsorship, but okay.
You're
not getting anything out of that. That's to
right.
offer.
I don't get anything out of it. So I forward people to the people who, so yeah, I'm going to sound like a real dick here.
Well, send people to my fucking website to buy shit.
I will.
I'll take the goddamn money off of it if you don't want it.
Will. I do that all the time. So I made a decision early on that I wanted to just shoot. I didn't want to have to be a rep. I didn't want to have to think about, you know, promoting anything or anything like that. So what I made a conscious decision about this. I don't ask for shit. I pay for everything. If somebody wants to give me something for free, great, but I'm not asking you for it, and I'm not going to rep you. But I do rep the companies that I like, and I especially rep the people I like. And I will tell you, you know, Wendy's a great shooter. I think she's going to World Shoot again this year, and she's awesome. And you know, and every little bit helps her. So go help her, right? Just like I'd tell you the same thing if you wanted LAG holsters, hit up Scott Green. Scott Green is the man. He will hook you up. He'll get you into an LAG holster, and just don't ask him to do it for a Steyr L9A1. He will get really mad at you because he did one for me, and I think he's still salty about it, and
yeah,
because of the way the trigger guard is, it's so bad, and he hates it.
Well,
but you know, I made a conscious decision to not ever be a sponsored or promoted shooter because this is fun for me. I don't want to do it. Now my kid we may look into something for my kid later, but I don't do it. I don't want anything from anybody. I pay my own way. I don't ask for discount codes. I don't give discount. I think one of the biggest bullshit things that shooters do is they go and they say, well, you know, use my code and it'll get you 10%. I'm like, literally everybody does that. Don't do that. Be better than that. Make a better deal for you and the sponsor that you're promoting.
Yep.
And it's just my opinion on it. And I know I'm a dick. I know I sound like a dick for saying that. I just don't do it. I support other people that do it. Like if you're a legit sponsored shooter, like if you're sponsored by Elftman triggers, I love Elftman triggers. I use them. They're my favorite. Absolutely. They are my absolute favorite trigger for an AR platform. If you want one, I don't know who their sponsor shooter is this year, but I will go find out who they are, and I'll tell you to go to that guy and go buy it from that guy, or use that guy's code or whatever, help that guy out.
Yeah.
I just don't do it myself because,
well,
it's my happy space, and I want it to remain my happy space. I don't want it to become work. I don't want to have to think about how. I don't want to. I chewed a guy out at a local match a couple of months ago, and I tore him up. And if I had a sponsor, I wouldn't. First of all, I wouldn't have done it because it would have looked bad for my sponsor. Second, even if I had done it, I'd have to go back and eat crow and be like, yeah, you know, I was wrong about that, whatever, because I couldn't. I'd have to represent my sponsor in the best light, and not having that is very, freeing. Really, it makes my life better.
Yeah.
So, welcome to all the people who just wandered back in.
There's a few. Andrew is TikTok invasion. If you're wondering why viewership's probably low.
Oh, I know. Yeah, Andrew's doing a TikTok invasion. The minute he did
and
I
I
knew that
don't blame them one bit.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Glenn's going to wander in here in a little bit. Look, it's just a chill stream. I almost missed the whole thing. I might even end early and go to bed. I strained something in my lower back yesterday, and it is really pissed at me.
Yeah, getting old sucks.
So it does, man. Getting old sucks.
X3 out there is talking about, Amazon and yeah, I mean, just so you know, you can, very easily click the Amazon button on clovertech.com and buy shit. I'm just saying, could help out. And not have to send like super chats and stuff and get what you want. It still helps out. But anyway, that's where I actually bought those sites earlier with Amazon because it was fucked up. We had talked about because I don't know if they're going to be at the event True Glow next week, but I could probably hit them up next week through an email or something and have them sent.
Sure.
Because obviously I would do content and stuff with them. I would put the work in, but I mean, they were like $15 a piece on Amazon, and they were $17 on their site. We looked while we were live this morning.
Yeah.
So I tried to buy them directly off the site first because I know they spend money. Amazon gets their cut, but I tried to buy them on their site first, and it wouldn't recognize my shipping address. And I get stuff here
really
multiple times a day
you're
delivered.
In Texas.
I don't know what the deal is. So next show, I'm gonna have to stop by and tell them that was an issue. At least make them aware of the problem. But so I'm like, I wonder if they're on Amazon. And I jump on Amazon, and sure enough, so yeah, there's a lot of accessory stuff over on Amazon for sure. There was something else. Oh, it's a little different though. I get where you're coming from, but then it's a little different between you and me because you are more the it ain't no more you're in the competitor space, whereas I'm in more of the content creation space now. So
yeah,
I'm in more of the gun tuber. So but it's one of them things too that you mentioned the dreaded word free, and that pisses me off because I'm not that 80%. I'm in that 20.
Yeah.
And so, I get something from a company, they send me stuff or whatever, they get a return. They're getting work. They're getting, I don't get anything free. So.
Well, that's that's the right way to look at it. So I have a very interesting viewpoint on why people in various action sports like shooting and mountain biking and other things. I have a very interesting viewpoint on why they find it so hard to get sponsorship or partnership. First of all, they look at it as sponsorship, and that's fucking wrong. You should never look at when you are asking somebody to support you. It's no longer it's not a sponsorship, it's a partnership, right? And this goes back to motorsports, right? So let me, and I've said this before, but this is a good time to talk about it because there's not a lot of people watching right now, and it'll probably be a fairly low viewership video, which would be great because there are fewer people who will know that I've said this out loud. But there's an interesting dynamic in racing where people think, everybody's like, well, were you sponsored? I never had a single sponsorship period ever. Never did. I had a lot of partnerships, which means that basically the minute I accepted whatever product or money that I was given, I became an employee of that company with very specific deliverables. Right. And that could be like, we did a deal with a dealership in Connecticut one time where they paid us $5,000 put some stickers on the car. But part of the delivery, or part of what the deliverable was, we had to show up a day early and go to this tent event that they put on, and put our cars out in front of the event and just show them off. We didn't actually have to be there. We went to the track and did our shit at the track. We didn't need the cars there that day, so we stopped, unloaded the cars, left one of the crew guys there, and we went on to the track and set up the tent and everything else. And we got $5,000. Now everybody's like, well, they just gave it to you. And like, no, we didn't.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they had my cars for that 6 hours or 8 hours, whatever the fuck it was. And it was worth $5,000 to them to have those cars sit there. Now they probably sold 10 cars because of it, and they made way more money than the $5,000 they gave me. And that's how that's supposed to work.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so it's a partnership. I'm an employee of that company, and it really pisses me off to no end to hear people talk about sponsorship. And I generally stop engaging.
Well, there are those. That is a mechanism. Sponsorship is a mechanism, but I get what you're saying. Completely get what you're saying. It goes back to what I said earlier about the company.
You're delivering.
I'm looking at switching over with a couple of companies now with some of the gear, some of the things I use. Why? Because I would have more of a relationship, partnership, right? Basically with those newer companies, and so. It's interesting because it's similar to the way I operate sometimes, because one of the things is they'll want you at these shows to do a quote, I'm using air quotes here, booth appearance, right? And so let's be honest though, they'll set all that up, and that's great. It makes you feel good, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to get a bunch of damn fans in the booth. So, it's like, okay, what kind of value can I bring during that booth appearance, right? And so my thing is that the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get a hold of my other gun tuber buddies, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to say, hey, I've got a booth appearance, blah, 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 in wherever, at so-and-so day, at so-and-so time. You ought to drop by. It's a great, we can kind of hang out for a little while, this, that, and the other.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll get, sometimes, maybe a dozen or so other content creators in the booth. Well, what does that do? That does a few things. First of all, they could have fans that they've told they'll be there or something, or whatever, viewers, whatever. Or at the very least, that fills the booth with 10, 12, 15 extra bodies. You know this from shows, I'm sure. The busier the booth, the more people want to see what's going on in that fucking booth, right? Like an empty booth, people don't really like walking there. If it's
you
it's
just walk by.
Yeah, they'll just walk by and look a lot of times. But if there's people talking and moving around, then it's like, oh, okay, well, this. There must be something in there worth looking at, right? And then the other component, the value that I can offer is, since I know that company and I know the product line, I can take some of that for that hour or so that I've got that booth appearance. I can take some of the burden off of their people. They can go in the back room and sit down and grab a snack and have a drink. I can tell people about the products.
Sure.
I may not can talk price. I may not can talk, what quantities, and I certainly can't cut deals with dealers and shit like that. But I can certainly talk about the product and the capabilities and all the specs and all of that good stuff.
And
so,
again, you're delivering a value.
It's a value.
Right?
No, 100%.
You're delivering on something. There's a deliverable there.
And it has to be that way. It has to be that give and take. Otherwise, you're in that, like I said, that dreaded 80%. And that's you do that very much, and you're gonna get a bad rep. And as big as the gun industry seems to be, it's actually a fairly tight knit community.
These are all small communities, man.
You burn very many bridges, and you're screwed, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
It will get around.
I'm gonna address River of Hate. The best drivers will not accomplish anything without sponsors. No, that's a bad argument. A skilled football player has a much better chance of success. No, and this actually this is a really interesting take on something that's just wrong. So first of all, the best drivers never get the job in the first place, because if you don't bring anything to the table with the team, they're not going to hire you unless you already literally have a bunch of world championships or something under your belt. So they've
Right.
already been successful. And most of them have had to pay their way there somehow. Now, the way they do that is very varied, like they could be independently wealthy, or they could have connections in business that allow them to do something, or they could just work their balls off and pay their own way. Either way, at some point, nobody rides for free. Period. I don't care what people think. That's not how motorsports works. It's never been how motorsports works. And this line of thought is sophomoric at best. And the same thing goes with football. If you're a sports guy, then you've put in time and effort to be good at that sports. Well, NASCAR again, those guys, you have any idea how much money you have to invest to even get a shot in NASCAR? You don't show up just because you can drive a car around and get the job. Yeah, so many people hear a term is just like you said, whatever. Yeah, it's not free money. And let me expound on this whole deal, because I think this is a very interesting dynamic that people, even in other sports, can really apply and understand. So pretty much every year that I raced, we would have to go out before the season and find $250,000, because even if a driver brought in budget, we had to have enough budget to at least get to the first few races, right? To guarantee that we could do that. Yeah. And that costs a lot of money. And so how do you do that? Well, you go out and you start doing deals. One of my deals is, one of the things that we would do is we would do VIP days, right? And this is something I find that the gun tuber and gun focused groups don't do enough of, and that is we would go to, like, and I'm going to just make up a name here. We would go to XYZ Bank or XYZ company, and we would say, we need, we're a race team. We've got all this stuff. And one of the things we offer a lot of different products, but one of the things that we like to offer a company like yours that seems to really give them a lot of value, a lot of return on their investment, is we do these VIP days where we rent the track. We bring out a pro driver or two. We allow your guys to bring out, if they've got hot rod cars, they can bring them out and drive them on the track. And we have a pro driver or two, and you spend a whole day there. In the morning, they're out there with the pro drivers. In the afternoon, they can go out in their own cars by themselves if they want. And we cater lunch. We have a coffee. We have coffee in the morning when you get there. We have a catered lunch. We have some pretty girls running around to just do random stuff. And it's a VIP event, right? And this is not an expensive event to pull off for me. On my side of it, I'm spending $5,000 to rent the track. The girls cost me about, for half a day, probably $150, $200 for half a day or a day, depending on, which modeling agency we're hiring them out of. The hospitality is maybe $1,000, if that. And the drivers, pro drivers show up anywhere to drive. That's what they do. They want to drive. Yeah. And it costs me very little in fuel and consumables on the race cars, because they're race cars. We use them all the time. They're not, they're breakable, but they're not fragile. And I would charge for a day like this, I'm going to charge a minimum of $25,000, usually 50. It's $50,000 for a company to send their guys out there. And you say, well, where do they get? What benefit do they get? Well, if you've got top earners, these guys are, especially if you're talking about a bank or a corporation, these guys are getting $250,000 a year in bonus. What are you going to do? Give them more money to promote, to get them to produce more? No, they don't give a fuck.
Right.
Now you have to give them something. You have to give them an experience. You can only give out so many trips to Fiji. You can only give them so many free flights. You can only give them so many company credit cards to use. Yeah, there's only so many perks that you can give these top achievers in these organizations to actually motivate them to do something. But you take them to a track day, and all of a sudden they're like, yeah, fuck yeah, man, I love this. I'm with it. Now I'm going to earn more next year so I can do it again.
Mm-hmm.
And they bring out, and a lot of times we would allow them to bring out one of the best deals we did was we did a deal where we allowed their top 5, and it was their idea that we didn't suggest this, but we asked them what they wanted to do, and they said we want to give out our top 5 producers for the I guess for the quarter, maybe I don't know, maybe the half year or whatever, and then allow each one of them to bring their top 2 customers, their top 2 clients. Yeah. And these guys are negotiating like $300 million, $500 million, whatever deals every day.
Yeah.
So 50 grand is a drop in the bucket. Like, it didn't even move the needle.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And they're happy to do it. And so I make, for a day of my effort, I mean, I had more days wrapped up in it, but it wasn't a lot of effort leading up to this.
Yep.
For a day of my time, I bring in around 38 grand, 40 grand, something like that. Right. Because I got expense. I got to rent the track. I got, whatever. And I did that all the time. I mean, not all the time. I did that quite often because it's an easy sell. You're offering something that they can't get somewhere else. Yeah. And all these guys have Ferraris and Porsches and Lamborghinis that they've never been able to really drive. And and now they've got a pro driver they have full access to go drive their car around the track and scare the shit out of them. They love it. It's great.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we did a similar thing with we tried to do a similar thing with a firearms company where I did not. This was outside of I was already retired by this point, but we took a firearms company. They were looking for a way to reward some of their YouTuber influencer guys, and they needed to they wanted to get some different content. They were like, hey, I need a solution. I have a problem I don't even know the solution to. And I said, well, let me help you out. So we rented a facility for the weekend. It was amazingly cheap. We brought them out. They got a lot of content. They actually brought in some press people to do from a couple of different sources to do some stories that were not in the gun industry. These were there were some outside press sources that they brought in. They did a whole deal, and one of the companies, and I don't know that they ever actually aired this, but these people were based in California and they had never shot a gun before, so they handed them off to me because I don't know why I was there. I just kind of put all this stuff together. I helped them, and they let me come out and shoot. That's all I really care. I was like, hey, I just want to come up and shoot. And so they stuck me with these people from California, and they had never shot really anything before. So I've got first thing we do is stick a suppressed AR in their hand. Here, try this. You're gonna love it. And they did. They were like absolutely blown away at how cool it was and all of that. And we had this really over the top YouTuber guy out of Georgia come up. He was sponsored by the company. I didn't like him that much, and I thought his branding was childish, really. But anything for the clicks, right? So, but they came off really well. And again, it didn't cost them a lot, but they gained a lot, right? And I think that that's something that that you have to look at.
So Yeah,
Right.
with what you're saying. So and I may have talked about this with you before, and if it's an old story, yeah, oh well. Um, but last year, going to the shot show last year, it was like, okay, I'd already had quite a few conversations with some really big other channels and some other stuff, and it's like it already had.
I'm gonna go off cam for 1 second. I am listening.
No, you're fine.
Um, okay.
And so I was like, okay, and I'd already dabbled into the thing and realized that there's so much money in the gun industry that's out there. And I had one company that had already been working with that um, I had shot them a proposal for some stuff at $300 a month, and they didn't never even scoffed. And that this particular company been around since like the '70s. I'm not going to mention any names, but well, I'll go ahead and say it's Sportsman's Guide. You may be familiar with them. Um, but anyway, um, literally the marketing director for Sportsman's Guide, they didn't even flinch at that. And he told me that they had $30,000 a month, not marketing budget. They had $30,000 a month to experiment with. It was absolute petty cash throwaway money every month. So my $300 was like nothing. It was a no brainer. And I think it was well pitched too. And I think that makes a difference. So all that leading up uh, to say that leading up to shot 23, I went into that with, okay, starting in 23, because shot, for those that don't know out there, is in January. It's like, okay, we've got to get pretty serious. There's way too much money. I mean, the gun industry's billions and billions of dollars a year. And it's like, gotta figure out the code for this. Gotta be able to crack the code. And I was convinced, and have been for a very long time because I work with a lot of companies, that size of channel really fucking has nothing to do with it. It's the value, like you're talking about, that you can offer. Small channels can offer value the same as large channels. It's just a matter of figuring that out. The you've got companies that need to spend money, right? Like
Mhm.
they legit have budgets. They need to spend money.
Right.
The only thing is you've got to figure out an attractive bucket for them to throw that money into. That's how I kind of put that out to other creators. I'm like, but
Hmm.
you're gonna have to figure that out, and it's gonna be individually tailored according to that company and what you do. And for the most part, you try to monetize what you're already doing, right?
Yeah.
So take the content you're already doing and the things you already like to do, and how can you dress that bucket up so they throw money into it? It's pretty much, and I say it's that simple. It's not. But once you start
But it
down that
can be.
road, once you start down that road, it's not that difficult, man. Now, can I go out and get money from Glock? No, but I can almost assure you, I got the event next weekend. There's like 80 something exhibitors at that event. I won't talk to all 80 because there's many of them I don't care to work with, and probably never will. Just not my wheelhouse. But I've got basically three, maybe four operational things for the rest of the year, like things I need to get covered. And
Hmm.
I have zero doubt. I am 100% confident I will leave Iowa next weekend, and have commitments for what I need for the rest of the year. Absolutely convinced of it. And that's not to say I'm anybody special. That's to say that
Right.
any creator out there is able to do that. You just have to figure out the value you bring, and then pitch
Hmm.
that in such a way that the company sees that value. It looks attractive to them, right? Because they're after value. They've got to spend money. They're
Yeah.
after value. All you
Yeah.
got to do after that is dress it up, right?
So it's an interesting thing. And let me and I've talked about this before. Maybe you haven't uh maybe I haven't talked about it when you were around. So one of the interesting things that I did was I think that a lot of people don't understand how much is of these partnerships are B2B.
Yeah.
And but a lot of them can be different, and they sometimes you got to think a little bit not outside of the box, but you just have to think about it in a way that kind of makes sense, not necessarily just for you, but really for that company. And so we had I had approached um I'd approached GoPro like 3 times for
Yeah.
sponsorship.
Yeah.
I and finally we were at SEMA actually, and they were there. And I caught one of the guys. I'm like, look, man, I've reached out to you. You're not really sponsoring anybody in motorsports. I'm like, what is going on? Why can't, and he's like, well, we really don't, motorsports isn't our thing. I'm only here this weekend because there was a mountain bike thing like a week ago, and I'm still here. And that's the only reason I'm even at this show. Like GoPro didn't care about motorsports at all. Like this is just not, that like mountain biking and canoeing and kayaking and all the adventure sports, with that's where they were at. And I'm like, okay, well, we use them. We use a lot of GoPros.
Right. A lot. Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, we get it, but you guys are like, you're such a small market, and we just don't see the ROI. And I said, okay, I get it. But we're on TV, man. Like this isn't. I mean, it's a lower end. I mean, it's a lower end series globally, but I mean, the reality is that we run with IndyCar. I mean, we have 20,000 people come through our paddock every weekend. He's like, really? And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. He's like, well, listen, you kind of hit me at the right time because we've got the product launch, and I think at that time is a Hero 3. And he's like, we got a product launch coming up. We won't give you money. Well, actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. And so I got his card. He emailed me standing there to make sure that he had all the contact information. And he was actually genuinely interested. Like you can tell when you're standing there talking to somebody, because I don't think he'd ever really considered how many people live show up to these events, right? Like in his mind, the cars are hidden away, that you never get to actually see them, and except on the track, and then they're going by so fast, who cares, right? That's kind of his perception, because he was a mountain bike guy. Yeah, he didn't know dick. So I get an email about a week later, and he says, we do have that product launch coming up. The only deal I can offer you is we'll allow you to print coupons to sell the new camera for $100 off the launch price. And you have to go through, and they had their web guys build a portal from our page to theirs, so that the orders would go through our page, but they went directly to GoPro, and GoPro then sent them out directly, right? It's like
Right.
a direct
Redirect. Yeah.
Yeah, it's redirect. And so they had their web guys set that up, which was super. It took like 10 minutes, no big deal. And they gave us a QR code. They gave me no money up front, zero money up front. So I ended up printing. I think I printed off all 1,000. I think I printed up a few more than 1,000, but I printed up a bunch of coupons. We put the QR code on the car. We put the QR code on the trailer.
That was brilliant. That was
It was on the
brilliant.
website, everywhere. And so the deal is that, and I'm going off memory here. I can probably pull up exact numbers later, but we had 1,000. They let us sell 1,000 cameras, and I think the going price was $360 or something like that per camera launch at the launch price, and we were able to sell it for like $260. And that $260 was our money. It went into a separate account when they went through the portal to GoPro, and they put their credit card information in. It went into a separate account, and then that money was paid to us directly. And so our first weekend, I think, was at the first weekend we did that was St. Pete in Florida. Something like, and we're there with IndyCar. We're paddocked pretty close. We have something like 15, 20,000 people walk through over the course of the weekend. We sold all 1,000 cameras in the 2 days we were there. Tuesday morning, I get back. I'm back in the shop. I look at my email, and I've got an email from him, and he says, "That was really fucking amazing." He's like, "We've never had that response, period. We're going to let you do another 1,500 cameras." Okay. So we basically extended it, and it took us a week. But it took us about a week and a half to sell the other or to clear out the rest of the cameras. So we sold 2,500 GoPro 3s, and effectively, now this was over a couple of weeks because it took him. We got the thing from him. We didn't have an event for like 3 weeks. I got the email when I got back. It took him a week or so to do up another QR code, and then we're at the next event. It took like a week to get rid of that 1,500. But within a month, we had sold 2,500 cameras for him, or 2,600, whatever it was, and they had never had that response before, period, ever. And in any sport, snowboarding, skiing, biking, mountain biking, doesn't matter. They'd never had that response before. I'm like, yeah, I mean, we had 20,000 people go through the paddock. All you needed was like 2% to actually buy a camera. And who's not going to buy the latest version of the product for $100 less than the launch price? Like, who wouldn't do that? And so and then of course I was a victim of my own success, because then they sponsored the series, and they wouldn't do a deal with me the following year, which I was hoping for. They ended up sponsoring the series because it was, again, they had such a favorable result. And that the following year and I think it was at SEMA again, because again they sponsored the series, so they were there. And they actually had the actual whole GoPro booth and all the guys and all that stuff, right? And I asked him, I'm like, "Hey man, what do you think?" And he's like, "It was cool, man. It's a good job." And because that's a lot of money, right? 260 times, 2,500, right? That's what we got. It's a lot of money. And I asked him, I'm like, how did that work out for you guys? Where did you guys like make, because we were honestly expecting like maybe 7,500 grand, but we got way more. And he's like, "We got you cheap." He's like, "You have no idea what we pay to get 2,500 real names, addresses, email addresses, and customer information. You have no idea what that's worth to us."
Yeah. Email lists are a huge thing, man.
And it's like, and we know these people are going to buy because they bought the camera already. So now when they have a software update, or they have, pardon me, not the software update, when they come out with the editing software that you buy, or
new models, whatever,
the new model, the accessories, all that stuff, they direct market to these people, and it saves them so much money. And it's like, "We got you guys cheap."
Yep.
He's like, "If I had known, I would have." He's like, "If I had known, I would have paid you more money just outright. You wouldn't have even had to sell the cameras." But at the time, they didn't see any benefit to being in our market.
The next time they will.
Well, they became a series sponsor.
Yeah.
And so they were like really super happy. I mean, it was an interesting deal with GoPro, and so there's a lot of things like that I don't think people think about when they go to be a partner with somebody. Like, what can I do for this guy? And the main questions I always tell people to ask is, what does this company need? Do they need sales? Do they need content? Do they need better photos? Do their ads suck? Can I get them some stuff that they can put in their ads and give them permission to use it because their ads suck? Do
Yep.
do they need transportation? So maybe it's a gun company in East Texas that's kind of small and they're overpaying for shipping, and a guy in shipping, and I'm throwing stuff out, but we did that with a company that sold meat pies. They were getting killed
Oh yeah.
on their transportation costs.
Yeah. I help
And
with
one of the
patches all the time. I
yeah,
get people that ask about my patches, and of course, I've sent you
yeah,
the information.
right, yeah,
Like
right,
my guy, you cannot beat my guy's price on patches.
right.
Period.
Yeah, and we're gonna do that.
And
Actually,
I
that's
can't tell you
on
the
my list
number
of
of
things.
companies that they'll say something at a show about my patch, and I'm like, "What are y'all paying for patches?" And they tell me, and I nearly fall out. And I'm like, you need to talk to this guy. I don't charge him for it, nothing. And that little gesture right there will usually
Big
get
deal.
me in the door.
Big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting the way that people approach the idea. First of all, the way that most people approach the idea of sponsorship is you're just going to go because you want to race and you're going to get money. And that's nobody cares if you win. Like
No.
literally, I've
Well,
every single product guy, every single CFO, every single guy that makes decisions that I've sat across from, they don't give a shit how we did in the last 10 races. All they really care about is what can you do for me?
yep.
And you got to ask the
Well,
right questions. What do you need? Do you need transportation? Do you need sales? Do you need some better pictures? Do you need whatever the fuck it is? They may
yeah.
need they honestly may need something as simple as having their product in a location where that's never been before. And if you can
New,
facilitate that, that's
mhm.
worth money to them.
Yeah, new markets or something. So I've got probably my best friend, honestly, in the whole world's got another channel, uh, and we usually, split the cost of lodging. In fact, we've got a podcast we do every other Sunday
Mhm.
together. But anyway, he's more, Marine, all that kind of stuff, more on the tactical, defensive, type side of things. And we had a conversation because I've done a lot of work with Henry, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't know." He's like, "I'd really like to, to work with like a mare's leg and 357." And I'm like, "Well, here's the thing." I said, "Here's how you pitch that. Go in there." I said, "The mare's leg and 357 with a rail and a red dot is PCCs are a hot thing right now." I said,
Mhm.
"That's basically the FUD version of a PCC." I said,
Mhm.
"You do that alongside your, little 9 millimeter, pistols, PCC things." I said, and I said, "What you got to realize is pitch it to them that you're opening their stuff up to a whole other audience that is consumed
Yeah.
with the whole tactical side, and maybe they never considered something fun like a lever action pistol, right? And oh, we didn't know that those could be that cool and that fun." And so it's things like that. But back to what you were talking about with the companies. Another thing that I think that so many people, this is where the word shield comes from, and shield has been around far longer than YouTube, but YouTube has definitely made that word way more prevalent now than it ever has been. Um, but you've got to be careful with what company that you work with. Um, in a way, and by work with, I mean like really have a relationship with and that sort of thing. Um, I take some Amazon stuff occasionally, do some silly things with it, or maybe it's just on a 22, it's an optic on a 22 or something, or a BB gun, or something like that. And I'm honest about it and go, hey, this is a cheap, Amazon knockoff thing, blah blah blah, that sort of thing. Sure, I'll do that, but I'm never going to do work with something like that and claim that it's the best thing since sliced bread.
Right.
I always try to take whatever products and whatever companies. I've got some stuff coming from High Point, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, you
Um,
told me about that.
and should be in probably next week. There's going to be quite a bit of 30 super carry stuff through the rest of the year. that's been one of those cascading snowball effects over the last couple of weeks that's happened. It's like, wow, I didn't foresee that coming. But anybody and everybody involved with 30 Super Carry is now seemingly coming to me to work with that stuff. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm going to become the 30 Super Carry guy, which I'm fine with. If it gets me views and makes me money, cool, because I kind of like the round. So far, it's fun.
Sure.
But anyway, you've got to have, it's kind of what you were talking about in a way, you kind of become a contractor or an employee or something.
Yeah. You
And
always have to look at
you
yourself
have
as an
to,
employee.
for me, I have to care about the company. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I have to kind of know the people. I like the people. They're good people. You know, they make a good product, and the product may not be for everybody. That's fine. We all have our opinions on what's the best and what's the, that sort of thing. But, if I'm talking to, somebody out there and one person out there in the chat, depending on what they're looking for and their budget and everything else, go with this company, right?
Hmm.
If I'm talking with somebody else and they've got half that budget and they're not as serious about stuff or whatever, well, here's an option. Maybe go look at this company. So to me, everything has its place. And so because I have that mindset where I look at things I'm able to look at things from a multiple perspective angle, right? That also opens up the amount of companies that I can um, pitch successful
Sure.
proposals to, right? Um, because I understand what value that company offers for its customers, right? Like High Point is never going to be Glock. We agree on that,
Right.
right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's use that example, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, High Point sells a lot of shit. High Point does a lot of business. High Point
Yeah.
has its fan base. Let's not beat around the bush about that.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And personally, I've had great luck and success out of anything, I own High Point. So, by going down that road and having that relationship and whatever, I'm not being dishonest. But then
Yeah.
again, I'm not going to tell Grid One Motorsports that has never, is looking for his first handgun to go buy a fucking Glock either. You feel what I'm saying? Like
Yeah. No, I get it.
I might suggest that to, some single guy, single gal in their 20s trying to make their way,
Hmm.
low on a budget, worried about home defense. You know what I mean? It's like, go get a High Point. At least you got something.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Why wouldn't you? Right. Why would you not? I think it's an interesting thing overall. I do. I think that it's what's the word I'm looking for here? I think it's very interesting because there's perception versus reality. And then on the other side of that, you've got a bunch of people out there who have no idea that comment and that skews things. But as far as sponsors are doing something, marketing guys, all they're looking at is the return on that marketing. And a lot of times they know they're not going to get they know that they're probably not going to get back what you promise them. They just know it.
So, real quick,
Hmm.
because this is something I'm really curious because you talked about
Sure.
comments.
Hmm.
So I know there's, most everybody's over with on the TikTok invasion, and I don't blame them. But for
Yeah.
those that are here, first of all, thank you for still being here. But for those that are here, I'm assuming you're here because you're gun people, because it's been gun prattle for 2 hours or whatever now. I'm
Serious gun crap.
curious, did you ever make a decision to not buy a product in the gun world? It doesn't even have to be a gun, based on a comment in a video that said, "This is trash." And that's all it says, because that's the vast majority of comments I get. And companies know that when I fail to think that people, now, if you've got a long laid out, hey, I bought this and I'm using it for this circumstance and it didn't work. This is what happened to it and it didn't blah blah blah. This is what I did and it didn't work. Like, I get it, right?
Right.
But I fail to believe that there's any type of influence on a purchasing decision by a comment that's just in a general way, trashing the product. And maybe I'm off base on that, but I don't see that being a thing. On the flip side, people that comment and go, "Oh, I bought this and it's awesome," and that's all they say, right? People do make purchasing decisions based on that. It's a weird dynamic that I see in comments. Like it holds true. The generalization holds true in the positive, but it oftentimes doesn't hold true in the negative.
Do you know who James Tarr is? I think we talked about that before. Do you know who he
Yeah,
is?
I know of James. Yeah.
Yeah. And Michael Bain, you know Michael. Everybody knows Michael Bain, right? That he was been on TV forever. I forget the name of the show he was on, but he just ended his TV career, and they actually have a very they have a very concise way of saying something sucks without saying it sucks, and or that maybe this is something that only experienced users should buy, right?
Yeah.
And I admire that.
Well, there's truth.
I admire it because they don't they don't come out and say this is trash. Like, okay, so like recently,
well, you can not like something just because you don't like something or it doesn't do what you need it to do for your situation or whatever doesn't mean it's junk. That's the point I'm getting at. All this 30 super carry stuff I'm talking about, right? It all come about from the Avidity Arms PD10. I cut a deal, worked some stuff, got the PD10 in, and been friends with the owner of that company for a decade now or something probably. But from the time I got that PD10 and even to this day, I just had a conversation with a dude 2 or 3 days ago. That handgun, while it's great in many aspects and for many, many, many people, I do not like how thin it is. Now they're working on the double stack, and that will totally correct that problem because it'll thicken things up. And I'm like, at that point, when you get those coming out, like I'm probably on board with it.
Probably change your whole story.
But it doesn't. But just because I don't like how thin that handgun is, and primarily thin in the grip, it feels awkward to me. Doesn't make it trash. Doesn't make it bad. But so many people will, right? They would pick something like that up at a gun show or in a gun store, and they don't like it. And now every video they see with that gun, all they can throw in the comments is, "Oh, that's trash."
Yeah, so like Tar did a review last year of the Springfield 2011, and the guns he was sent, I think, actually worked pretty well. But he could see where, because they're not all hand fitted, they're, and look, production 1911s have issues. They just do. It's the nature of the gun. It's a gun that it either needs to be sloppy so it works 100% of the time, or it needs to be hand fitted so it's tight and it works every time.
Agreed.
Right?
Yeah.
There's no real in between there.
And they both come with their inherent problems.
Right. Right. So if it's sloppy, it may not be quite as accurate as you want, but it's going to work every single time. If it's
tight,
super
maybe
tight,
ammo 50.
Yeah, if it's super tight and it's just accurate as all hell, unless it's tuned properly, it's probably not going to work every time. And it could be ammo sent. Mine is not, but
yeah,
I have a very well set. All of mine are very well set up. Although my son was shooting Rock Island 2011 basically, and he was shooting that in last week's match. And because he limp wrists the gun so much, and it's a heavy gun, but it's still on the lighter end for a 2011, especially in 9mm. he would get stovepipes.
Yep.
And
Yep.
and I'm like, and he's like, well, it needs to be lubed. Obviously, it's dirty. It needs to be lubed. I'm like,
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
think it is, but okay, sure. So we go over, we lube it up, give it back to him. We're both shooting the same ammo. I'm shooting a different gun, but we're both shooting the same ammo. And he limp wristed again. It stovepipes again.
Right.
And I told him, I'm like, this is not the SIG P320 that you're used to shooting. This is basically a 1911, and it's not going to like it if you limp it. It's just not going to.
Yep.
And you're gonna have to shoot this properly, or it's going to continue to hurt your feelings. And so at the end of the day, I put him in my really highly tuned 2011 that, it just never malfunctions.
Yeah.
But it's also got it's got a pretty soft recoil spring. It's got a bunch of stuff in it that makes it shoot super soft.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and he started using his proper form. But if you were just to pick that gun up and nobody told you that, hey, your form sucks, you need to work on your form, you'd hate that gun.
Well,
you would hate it.
That leads to a bigger issue that I have a problem, and it's an issue that at this show this next weekend, I'm gonna have some talking about issues I've got with other creators. It's some issues I'm gonna have some face-to-face time with other creators that at least they know where I stand. But it irks me to no end because you will see a video with something that I have spent ample time with, same exact handgun, let's say, that I've spent ample time with. Now, that's not to say that I can't have trouble and you don't, or vice versa with anything.
Sure.
Things go bad. I just took a walk behind trimmer back today, in a matter of fact, because after 2 days it started giving problems. Shit happens, right? But this gun sucks video, and you're like, this gun sucks. I've got 2,000 rounds through my eye and had what's going on here. And you click, and it's blatantly obvious one of two things or both. Number one, they're running it as dry as a bone.
Yeah.
Right? Like they literally took it right out of the box, no break in, no nothing. Or they're limp wristing. It has to do with their form and their style of shooting. And you're like, you're spreading all, and oftentimes it's really big channels. And you're like, this is such a disservice to
everybody.
The company that you're supposed to be providing value added for. Like, what's the issue here? The issue is it's dry or you're limp wristing, but whatever. And so many people, random viewers out there watching, they don't pick up on that. You know what I mean? They don't cue in on that. They're usually watching the big gun tuber or whatever, which becomes at some point, right, a personality or an entertainer of sorts. And they're more focused on that really and the goings on than they are of, the actual firearm, the actual form, a lot of the other things. And a lot of times, even if they were aware of those things, they don't back it up and slow-mo it and go, oh, okay. Well, he said this is a piece of garbage, but look at his grip.
You know what my favorite is right now is people doing the high thumbs, and they're like pushing on the slide, and then it malfunctions, and they're like, oh, this piece of crap Glock clone isn't working like a Glock, and I'm like, you see where your thumbs are, bro? Are you even watching your own video? Because I'm watching your video,
and I'm convinced with some of those. This is why we need to have a conversation.
Sure.
I need to have a conversation with them. I'm convinced with some of these drama sales. This gun is trash video gets way more views than this gun is awesome video.
Sure. Yeah.
Just a matter of fact. And I'm not real sure they don't do things intentionally to sabotage. I've seen so many dumb things. I've seen an accuracy test I was there was a rifle that came out, a little carbine, and outside of the factory, I was the very first person on the planet to shoot this. I was the first person in their booth intentionally. I'd already told them I would be. I'm like, don't let anybody else shoot it. I will get to the event early. I will be the first one in line. Uh, I want to be the very first person to shoot this outside the factory just because it's freaking awesome. They were like, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Ever since then, I put many, 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 many rounds down range with this thing at 25, 30 yards, 9mm carbine, 6-inch steel, all day long, not a problem. You know, um, see a video. This is trash, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm watching, and this dude is shooting out of the back of his truck, off the tailgate, off of a bipod with some red dot. I couldn't even tell what it was. So, it wasn't a major brand because I'd have been able to tell, right?
Sure. Yeah, you know what
But
they are.
but shooting a red dot even at 50 yards. Well, do you know what 5 MOA folks looks like at 50 yards? You're not going to shoot a one hole group. I mean, there's
No,
nearly no way you're going to shoot a one hole group with a 5 MOA dot at 50 yards.
unless it's an arrest.
That's 10 inches, man.
Yeah.
Am I wrong with my math, or is that 10 inches? You could be
Five MOA.
anywhere.
5 MOA at 50 yards.
100,
5 MOA at
100
100 is it's like
5.
5 inches. Yeah.
So you'd cut that in half, and it'd be 10, correct?
No, if you cut it in half, it'd be 2.5.
No, I mean you double it because you're closer.
Oh, yeah.
You would double it, right?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
so at 5 MOA, the best you can aim for, right, is within that dot itself, right? So the best you can possibly do as far as aiming, as far as your point of aim, right? The best you can possibly do is a 10-inch circle. And this guy was getting like 3-inch groups at 50 yards, which even on that is not bad, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's bad.
And hollering it was trash. And I'm like, how's it trash when you got no way to tell within a 10-inch circle where that dot is at or where that shot is going to fall? And for those out there, there may be a lot of folks out there that's listening to this that I lost, but hopefully you understand what I'm saying. If it was if it was a 1 MOA dot or a 2 MOA dot, like okay, an inch, 2-inch, something like that, 3-inch circle, cool. You can get it tighter, get it more tight. But yeah, there's no way, dude.
Right. Well, I mean, I've seen a lot of that stuff, man. Like pretty crazy. My interest in
But put it on a bench, right? Like that's all I'm saying. Get it on a bench. Get it locked in. If you're going to do a quote unquote accuracy test, put a scope on it. Put an optic where you got a really thin crosshair.
Yeah. You would think that. You would think that. I mean, I've seen some pretty egregious things, but I don't really, I just don't get into it that much. I mean, I can see where it would bug you because that's what you do, but it doesn't. I just look at it and go, that guy's an idiot.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why that's the end of my thing.
It bugs me because it's a bad name. Then I get people in my channel that if I accidentally do something, right, which happens, I got a handgun that I legitimately did not know. I got a handgun that the slide release, was it the slide release? The slide release was also the decocker. Now I knew that such a thing existed, right?
It was like a SIG or an HK or something?
No, it was an RX, the RX02.
Okay.
Which is SIGish in design. So anyway, I knew this was a thing, right? I knew that was a thing, but I didn't know that this handgun had that thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so the first video, I kept dropping the hammer. You know what I mean? Like that way, decocking. And I haven't taken the video down, but I did pin a comment that's like, hey guys, I didn't know when I made the video, I didn't realize this was a thing. Sorry. Subsequent videos, obviously I used it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'll
Yeah.
find myself making legitimate slip ups or whatever, and then people. But like you say, the I think folks are so used to just the shenanigans that goes on that they assume that everybody out there, if something goes south, if something doesn't look right, it was intentional, you know. And so that my whole point is it's kind of when it goes back to the whole working with a company type thing. There's so
Mm-hmm.
many bad actors out there that ruin it for everybody else.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I I don't know that I've had that kind of experience, but like Tar. Well, let me answer this. Federal cheap ammo, cheap box of federal ammo from Walmart. There's nothing wrong with that. I've shot a lot of matches with that. Remington UMC. Everybody said Remington UMC sucked. I never had a problem with it.
Oh, I have.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I actually had a bad box
Oh,
of.
now that basically Federal or Vista, which is over a bunch
Mhm,
of ammo companies, owns
mhm,
Remington. I can't say one way or the other really. I don't have enough
mhm.
experience yet with it.
Yeah.
But old Remington UMC, um, I can't say that I haven't had issues because I have now.
Oh,
Is it
interesting.
Winchester white box issues? No.
I don't have any problem with Winchester White Box. I actually shot that in the match last weekend. I had no problems with it.
I
No
have
problem.
Winchester white box issues almost all the freaking time.
I have I have the biggest issue I've ever had with ammo is I got some Winchester primers one time. And there was something about that. I don't know, maybe it was stored improperly or what, but I probably had about 5%, 6% of them, maybe a little more,
That's not good.
just not go off.
Right.
And it would and it, like and so look, I get light hammer strikes, right? Those happen. But I would fire it. I'd put in my Glock and which fires everything and they
Hmm.
wouldn't go bang. And I'm
Yeah.
like, all right, this is a bad primer. And I called Winchester and I'm like, hey, because I called their customer service line. I'm like, hey, I'm not one of those guys that normally do this, but I got a bunch of primers that are bad. I got a lot, and I got 1,000 of these things, or 2,000, or however many it was. Like, what do I do? Should I send them back? What's your guys' process? And they basically didn't care. They were basically like, yeah, you can send them back,
What
and
company?
we'll Winchester.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they
Like say I
basically.
have I have I've not sent anything back, but I have contacted Remington. I will say that in fact I got a video about it. Um like the first time I think it ever happened or something. I actually made a video because I was going to give them props. But I reached out to them and it took for fucking ever. But anyway, I reached out. It was like a month before I even heard anything back. And then when I heard anything back, I had to get lot numbers and other things, and it was forever before I heard it back again. And then they were like, "Oh, okay, yeah, we'll sorry." And I sent them pictures and shit too. And
Oh, really?
they actually sent me on multiple occasions now that I've had issues with. Now this was before this dawned on them, but I've had multiple occasions that I've reached out to Remington, and now I've got or after that first time, I ended up having better contacts, obviously, so things went a little quicker. But multiple times, I've had them send me replacement, send me a box or two or
Oh,
however,
nice.
however many it was. It's never been any more than two. But
I don't
now,
know that I've ever had that happen.
X3 out there was talking about the federal here and everything. And
Yeah,
I asked if he was talking about 22, and he says, yeah, mainly. And
yeah,
I'm guessing him. But anyway, um, 22's dirty anyway. So
yeah.
like, like 22's dirty.
That is
You know,
for sure.
I mean, even high end match grade 22 is still dirty. Um, I was having that conversation, I think in the comments on one of my videos earlier with a guy because he couldn't understand. And I'm like, dude, I've run nearly $20 a box of 50, not a box of 500. Um, $20 a box match grade 22 before, and still uh, felt obligated to at least do a light cleaning on my guns between matches. So
Yeah.
usually we would have anywhere, we'd shoot, this, course of fire, that course of fire, and in between those, and in between your particular group or whatever, sometimes you'd have 30 minutes, an hour, plenty of time to do some light cleaning. And
Mm-hmm.
I would do that every single time because even with that match grade, after a couple of hundred rounds, you would start to get the potential for
Mm-hmm.
hiccups
Yeah.
just simply because 22 is dirty. So
That is true. I have not I have a rifle. It's a um white oak, I think. It's a match 22 barrel, heavy barrel in a I mean it's just the tightest 1022 type rifle I've ever owned.
mhm,
It's hard to get the magazines in and out. That's how precision this stupid thing is.
yeah.
And it will not extract CCI.
Have you? I'm guessing you've got like upgraded extractors and stuff,
Yeah, yeah, it's all full
like the Eagle Claw extractor or something.
yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
It's not that it's I'll tell you, it'll come to me in a minute. I think it's from Tactical Solutions is where I got the
a Taxol.
extract. Yeah,
Yeah,
Taxol.
I'm wondering if Taxol may actually be um, maybe just repackaging the Eagle Claw. To be honest,
Yeah,
the Eagle Claw comes from Tandem Cross, and I know Tandem Cross does a lot of work with Taxol, so
yeah.
could be.
So I,
Um,
but
I've had
it
that.
will absolutely run flawless with Browning
Uh,
match 22. It runs
yeah,
perfect. You put
yeah.
CCI in it, and it literally like it stops the gun up.
It's too
It just
much
will not.
case. It's too much case swell, and it's creating drag.
Yeah, something. And
Yeah,
it's just
that's
too tight
exactly
a
what it's
chamber.
doing.
Too
Yeah,
tight a chamber.
no, that's what I'm telling you. It's a nice tight match chamber, and because of that, 22 is really thin brass. You know that,
Yeah.
and CCI has got a little bit of a pop to it on top of that, and so it's
hmm
expanding more. And basically, you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I mean, and so I know that if I'm going to shoot CCI in it,
Mhm.
I'm going to be digging out shell casings like every three rounds. I'm gonna have to
Yeah,
dig one out.
screw that. Yeah,
And
and the
and but
dirtier and the longer
I
you shoot,
only
the
run
dirtier it
Browning.
gets. The longer
I
you
only,
shoot, the dirtier it gets, and the
yeah,
worse it is
that's
too.
right. No, that's
Because
right.
then you've got all the dirt and grime in that chamber, which makes it even tighter.
But
You know,
dude, it is such a tack driver. I mean, I kid you
yeah.
not when I say that
What are you
at
running in it normally?
Browning, the BPS or whatever,
Really? I haven't
yeah.
had good luck out of that Browning ammo, man.
Yeah, this thing. Well, I mean, I haven't tried any. I really need to get some Ely and try the Ely, but
Oh,
um,
Ely is the jam, is a fucking jam. But anything that's won as many Olympic medals as Ely is obviously is good shit.
yeah,
It's hard to,
that
it's hard to dispute that.
the Browning BPS. Browning has like three different kinds of 22 ammo, and one does suck 100%. I think it's their like auto loader ammo. There's one that's like supposedly just for um, like 22, like the
Yeah,
Mark twos and all that.
yeah.
Supposed to work better.
I've run all of it. I just don't. I'm not a fan. And I mean,
Yeah,
but in some stuff, I mean, it may run fine. And that's the thing with ammo. Kind of
yeah,
got into that with your 1911 thing and talking
yeah.
about that. Like you can legit have two of the exact same make and model firearm, and they like two totally different
Right. Oh yeah. Yeah.
ammunitions. It can happen. So
So I have a
so
so
I'm not
this
knocking the Browning. I'm just saying
yeah
I've had issues with it.
this 10 now this is an old 1022 build, so it's got like an arc stock on it,
Hmm.
um It's got the um, I can't. I think it's a white oak barrel. It's got a what is it? It's a Select Fire. It was the name of the company. I don't know if they still. And it's actually a friend of mine in Michigan, probably near Andrew, Phil Camardo's company, and it's a company called Select Fire, and they made high end 1022 receivers and 1022 Magnum receivers. And they made them out of they actually made a few out of brass, which I thought was fucking cool. I should have ordered one and I never did because I just didn't think that they were going to go away. And now I think they've gone away.
Awful
But
soft, but yeah.
Yeah, they were just beautiful though, and heavy.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, heavy.
Yeah.
So, so and it's got the receiver I have has the built-in pick rail. So the scope mounting is just like super solid.
Yeah.
And it's a beast of a 1022, and it's hard to think that a bolt gun is that much more accurate than this thing, because at 25 yards,
yeah,
it just stacks them, man. It just stacks them. I mean, I've put 10 shots in under a dime, like with room to spare. And I've got
25 yards. There's rifles out there that'll legit cut the same exact hole with the right person.
I've never tried. I've never tried to do that. I've never tried to do it. I've never put Ely in it. I've never done anything. This is just like just random ammo with
like not a jagged hole, like literally.
Yeah, no, I know.
Somebody put 10 rounds down the range, and you can't tell. It looks like somebody hole punched it.
Yeah,
like I've seen that happen. But this is where you get into the whole idea of good is good enough, and a lot of people have their opinions on this, that, or the other, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, good is good enough, right? So at 50 yards and a dime, are there better rifles? I'm sure. I have no doubt that there's some bolt action rifles out there that will do better than that, than what that rifle does. But at the end of the day, does it matter? Do you need that? Is that what you're doing? Is that the purpose of it? Is that, and for you, I'm guessing no.
So I had a at one point in time, I was doing a lot actually of 22, and I had a 22 program for kids. And so I ran geared towards competition.
Yeah.
And I ran a suppressed 2245 light, a Browning Buckmark from Taxol. It was a Taxol gun. What else we have? We had we had a variety of 22 rifles, but the rifle that I liked the most was I have a 1022 that started out life as a standard 1022 from Walmart with the thin barrel and the wood stock.
Yeah, just cheap
the
version.
Plainest 1022
entry level.
Yeah, $120 1022.
Yeah.
And it's now got a Taxol barrel. It's got all of the internals are like matched. It's got a match bolt carrier. It's all match stuff, and it's and that's in a I want to say that's in one of the Hogue like overmolded cool guy stocks. I think that's what I got on that one. I don't know. I have to go look. I've changed the stock so many times, I honestly don't remember. And what it's got on it right now. But my kid loves it. It's a great gun. I've shot prairie dogs at like 200 yards with that gun.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I remember one day I had knocked the scope loose, and we were out shooting prairie dogs with it. And I have this Redfield 3x9 on it for shooting prairie dogs. And I had somehow knocked it loose. So I tightened it back up, put it back kind of where I thought it should be. and I sat there shooting dirt clods to sight it in, and then I started shooting, and then I just kept shooting prairie dogs.
Yeah.
I'm hitting a prairie. If I'm hitting a dirt clod at 150 yards with it, I can hit a prairie dog with it.
Oh
So
yeah, definitely.
and so it was and I love that gun. I've had it's got the Ruger competition trigger pack in it because I just didn't need anything better than that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've got the heavy barrel one, which is I built specifically as like this is the ultimate 1022 that I can build. Like there's nothing I can do better out of this thing. And then everybody started doing the 22 precision thing. And I just couldn't get into it. Like it's just not that fun to me. The way the matches are
yeah, no, I agree. If I'm going to do precision, I'm going to do old school. I'm going to do light rifle or silhouette or 3-position or one of those things myself. That's my wheelhouse.
Yeah. And I just don't get I mean it's totally it's a super cool it's a super cool rifle. It's a super
it sounds pretty pimp.
They're all super cool rifles. They're all super cool. They're all good stuff. But I'm I can't get into the rimfire the precision rimfire or whatever. I just can't get into it. I'd rather just shoot my AR, to be honest.
Yeah.
And then but I did this competition program for the kids, and then my son shot his first match using a 1022. No, pardon me. He used a CMMG conversion in an AR that I built for him. I built him the lightest rifle I could. I had an Omni lower with a Plum Crazy composite upper.
Which that's okay with a 22, I guess. But
right, it's 22. It works out perfect.
Yeah, that's true. But I cringe when I hear poly upper because I'm like, oh, I've seen so many of those.
You go back to that
too much heat, too much violence. Yeah, too much friction. Yeah.
Right.
Was the S&W carbon or was it the S&W made one? I know, and then
Bushmaster made the carbon.
Bushmaster made the carbon. Well, Smith & Wesson made one because I'm sitting here looking at a drawer. I know it's got 3 of those upper receivers in it. They're Smith & Wesson. But a lot of companies did Omni, ATI, and they still make those, and it's like, have you not figured out that's a horrible idea?
It's just not a good plan.
But yeah, right? for blowback, I think it's whatever.
Yeah, it works out pretty good.
The direct impingement, you've got way too much heat and violence and stuff going on, I think. But yeah, 22.
Probably so.
Okay, yeah, and you need to cut weight too, so win-win.
Yeah, I need a really light gun. Is my kid was 10 at the time. He was not super tight, not like he is now, and so he ran that. I have a complete 3-gun or 2-gun rig for the Taxol with the suppressor. Not the Taxol, the Mark II 45. And I had all the he had all the mag pouches, all the mags, everything to be able to shoot a stage with the 22.
Yeah.
And it worked out great. It was a great little setup. It was a great way to get the kids into it because there's no recoil. The ammo's relatively cheap. The guns now function enough that you are forced to learn on the clock how to just not get pissed off about it.
Yeah.
And just keep going. And everything had red dots on it. So,
right.
It was a great learning tool. And I wish more match directors would do that with 3-gun because I think it's exceedingly worthwhile for parents to be able to get their kids into it a lot cheaper and easier. And it really doesn't detract from the match for the adults. If anything, it adds a comedy factor to it that you just can't buy.
Right.
And then I have I mean, I like 22. I've never I never was a 22 snob. And I actually have and I'm a 22 mag guy. I have a
Yeah.
Bear, I think it's a Bear Industries. Um I'd
Bear,
have to go look at the name of it.
the Bear
But
Creek
it's
Arsenal?
no, not Bear
Oh,
Creek.
it's not the
It's
VCA. Okay.
it's a 22 Magnum upper for the AR.
Hmm.
And it is legit. Like
Well, that's
it's
special because anything Magnum rimfire in a semi-auto platform has been an engineering problem for many, many, many years.
yeah.
I'm not saying somebody didn't solve it, and I'm
Yeah.
not familiar with the one you're talking about, but
Yeah, I'd have to go grab it and look at the
it
name
is
brand. I
an
forget what it was.
absolute. That's why you see the vast majority of 22 mags and 17 HMRs that you see. It's why the vast majority of those are bolt action.
Yeah, I have a Magnum Research 1022 and it's great. It's really good.
Yeah.
But a lot of people don't like it. A lot of people are I don't want to say they're biased against it, but they don't like it.
I don't have a problem
And
with 22 mag.
um,
Been a lot
it's
of
expensive,
roadside deer around here at night, taking them, I'm sure, with 22 mag.
right?
Um,
Yeah.
X3 out there talking about a 1022
Mhm.
kid's first rifle. I think Don backed that up too. Um, I want to agree with both you guys. And at one time, I would say, yeah, probably so. But I
Yeah.
think that since the 80s, that has gotten less and less and less and less so. Um, and for two reasons.
Mhm. Okay.
Um, or
I'm
well,
listening.
for one reason, not two reasons. Other reasons totally different. Um, but because of the fit. 1022 length of pull is it's a little bit much depending on how young of a kid you're talking about.
Mhm.
Um, and if you're talking 7 or 8, and that's about the range, I think kiddos need to be into sure enough firearm live fire.
Mhm.
It's by by 7 or 8. Um, length of pull tends to be a little long. Now there are variants and some other things. There's ways to rectify that, but we've talked about this before. The other reason that I never, 2 decades or whatever it is of youth shooting sports instruction, I never recommended a first gun as a 1022, and you'll find a lot of people that don't. Is um, semi-auto to me is not a good choice
Mm.
for a first
Oh
rifle
yeah, because the burning of rounds. Yeah.
because of trigger rather than focusing on shot and teaching manipulation, manual of arms on firearms, and there's just better
Mhm.
tools. Yeah, Don said he was a kid in the 80s. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My first was a Marlin Model 60. For those that
Okay.
may want to know, just so you know, my first 22, I should say, was a Marlin Model 60. So, and I was carrying that in the woods at 8. And like the 1022, the length of pull was actually too long on it for me at the time too.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
I managed because I brought home squirrel all the time.
So I went from so I went a little bit different direction. Okay. So I started out with for pistol, I started out with a Crossman Classic, which was a really powerful air pistol. And it's
I
kind of
know the one you're
big.
talking about.
Yeah, it's kind of big, but it was
Yeah,
meant to be big so that you couldn't like carry it in your back pocket or
that's the
something.
variable pump bolt action
Yeah.
one. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
Mhm.
familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was meant to be big because, well, first of all, it's an air pistol. And second, you couldn't put it in your back pocket. You were carrying that thing around.
yeah.
And
You can put
and
it in
then
a
I had
backpack or something.
yeah, and I had a Daisy 880
Hmm.
pump BB gun, BB pellet gun, and I graduated from that to an RWS
Ooh,
adult air rifle, and it was
ooh,
a bad some bitch.
yeah. RWS is legit. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was just ridiculously accurate. I put a scope on it, um, and of course, it's single shot, so you really didn't want to miss. And I killed a bunch of squirrels with that thing. I mean, so many.
Yeah.
And we had a bunch of starlings and things like that would get
Oh,
their
yeah.
baby fruit trees. And so I mean, the cats ate well in
Yeah,
my neighborhood.
my dad always had martin houses.
Mm,
Still does to this day. And starlings, if you don't know, will get in there and lay their eggs and get the martins to raise them, basically.
mm,
So he was all about shooting the starlings. And
yeah.
yeah, and that's an air gun. You don't want to be shooting 22 in the air.
Hmm.
So it's definitely an air gun. So,
Yeah.
going down the air gun road, had this with Jake when he was on the podcast the other day. I brought this up, but um, so do you remember the 1911 CO2 powered 1911
Yeah.
from back in the day that weighed like,
Yeah. My
I don't
kid had
remember,
one.
I don't remember what company made it.
Marksman.
Was it? But it
Marksman. Yeah.
was it was CO2 powered, weighed
Hmm.
about 43 pounds, or at least
Yeah.
it seemed like it
Absolutely.
back
Did.
in the day.
Yeah.
So, have you seen any of the more modern stuff that they've got?
Hmm.
Because
Yeah.
I've got a Colt, which is made by Umarex. It's licensed. It's Colt licensed. 1911 here that Umarex sent me a box of stuff to work with, and this thing is a uh, government profile 1911
Hmm.
BB gun. The magazine in it uh, will hold, I think, 15 BBs. I think, and it may be more than that. It may be 18,
Hmm.
but something like that. And it also holds the CO2 cartridge. It and so you can load up multiple magazines, and you can it's how do I phrase this? You can swap out your BB magazines and your CO2 magazines the same way you swap out a magazine. Does that make
Hmm.
sense?
Yeah.
So your manual of arms. So on the fly, you can add a new, and the CO2 cartridge doesn't break um, until you jam it into that mag well, right?
Right.
Until you, like you would put a mag in, it doesn't break the seal. So you can carry these CO2 cart mag things around, um, and it when you fire, the slide moves, and when you run dry, the slide locks back on a BB gun,
Hmm.
legit a freaking BB gun, dude.
Yeah.
And it's the coolest thing I have ever seen. I'd never seen one. Just never paid that much attention on how they worked or anything.
Hmm.
And coming from the old days of having like what you got up on the screen, the big heavy
That's
old
what you're talking
1911.
about. Is that marksman right there that would shoot BB
Yeah,
guns, darts, and pellets.
yeah, yeah.
Shoot all three.
But man, the
And
modern stuff now, that modern Colt from Umarax is also like $100.
yeah.
But it's basically got all the functions of a 1911. It's just a BB gun.
Right.
It's insane. Manual of
So
arms, everything on it works the same.
yeah.
Like it's crazy.
So I have a 2011 airsoft gun that was like $250, I think. That is exactly. I mean, the magazines look like real magazines,
Hmm.
and it's crazy. It is absolutely nuts. And again, manual of arms, the trigger, the everything about that thing is very close
Yeah.
to um is very close to my real 2011. It even has a little bit of recoil to it because of the slide going back and forth.
Hmm. Right.
And it's not a lot of recoil, but it's close. And so that's really interesting. I also have a M&P because I used to shoot an M&P a lot
Yeah.
in competition, and
Yeah. I've got one too.
so I have an M&P pellet gun that uses a rotary magazine, so
But
it's
just
only
the
8 shots.
on mine,
Yeah,
just the back of the slide moves on it,
that's right.
not the whole slide. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, on my on the On the M&P, the slide, just the back of the slide kind of moves a little
And it
bit.
has no controls. On the one I've got
Mhm.
anyway, you flip the
No.
grip, open to change the CO2 and all. And
Mhm.
so, and then like you said, it's got the rotary
Yep.
mag in the top. So the
Mhm.
mag controls don't work. The slide,
Yeah.
none of that works on the one I've got.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I'm
The
gonna tell
mag
you
control
this. I'm gonna tell you this. If you was to hang, I don't own an M&P, but if you was to hang an M&P on the wall and hang it on the wall right next to it
looks
at
exactly
at
like it.
at 3 or 4 foot back, you're not gonna be able to tell the difference.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
literally can't tell the difference.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Absolutely. And it's I mean it's pretty interesting. Now the 2011s that I have, the 2011 airsoft gun I have, it has the gases in the magazine
Hmm.
with the BBs.
Yeah, that's the way
So
this
when you insert
controls
it,
too.
yeah, the way you when you insert it, it is really exactly like the real gun, and the whole slide moves and the
Yeah,
barrel sticks out. I mean,
that sounds like this 1911 I've got. Yeah,
yeah, it is.
yeah.
But it's expensive. But it's made by a company called Web, I think, or Wet, or something like that. I
Oh,
forget what it.
airsoft gets crazy money. Airsoft
Yeah,
is more expensive than BB, which is crazy, but it
here's
is.
I priced out putting a clone of my competition rifle together as an airsoft gun, and it was almost as much as my actual gun.
Yeah. Hmm.
Like it was pretty crazy,
Yeah.
um, how much it was.
Yeah.
And so that was pretty interesting. And some of the airsoft like sniper rifles and that sort of thing, they're huge money.
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe how much they were. But yeah, it's interesting. I used airsoft in my garage to practice when it rained.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And and
Yeah.
actually I had some friends of mine who were serious three gunners that were going for, championships and things like that. They were really serious. And they actually rented a 15 by uh, 10 storage unit or something like that, and they had it all set up where they could basically like it was a not a mini stage, but it kind of was, and they could run their drills indoors in this storage unit,
Yeah. Right.
and then just sweep up the BBs, and
Hmm.
nobody knew, right? Like nobody knew what they were doing in there. It was really cool.
Yep.
Um,
Yep.
but
That's what I was going to
yeah,
say. I've shot a lot of BB pellet. I'm not real big into airsoft, but BB and pellet anyway, indoors. I mean, a lot. Traps are
yeah,
easy to make, so easy to make.
yeah,
For for whatever you're doing, and especially if you're talking about if you're talking about still
hmm,
challenge is essentially the same stages over and over and over and over again,
yes,
and so it's a muscle memory issue. So with airsoft, with BB, with something like that, yeah, 100% you could do that indoors and it be, you know what I mean, because
yeah,
it's
absolutely.
it's it's just all it is muscle memory. It doesn't matter what you're shooting.
Yeah. No, that's right. It's very interesting. I had a when we were in when my son was really young, I like 5, 6. We had the house in California, and I remember we were out there, and I had bought him a Red Ryder BB gun, but he
Hmm.
couldn't take it outside because in California the cops called on you. And so we set up in the garage a shooting range so
Uh-huh.
he could shoot
Yeah.
his BB gun
Yeah.
inside. It was really funny, and I mean he had a great time with it. But yeah, it's been a great. I've we've been this week has been just a real interesting dichotomy of subjects that I don't normally talk about, but it's been an off kind of an off week, kind of and it's actually kind of nice to just talk about things I don't normally talk about.
Right.
Um, one of the things, it was the Bear Creek Arsenal, by the way, that makes that
Okay.
22 mag upper
Okay.
that I have. It's legit. It works. I like it. It took me a little while to figure out that it's really designed around stock mil spec stuff. And if you have anything nicer than that, it doesn't really necessarily want to work. But
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
So, but I dug through my box of stuff and found, just normal mil spec stuff, and it works fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really cool. I love 22 mag, man. I love 22 mag.
I don't like the cost compared to
Yeah,
for what
that's
it
true.
is. It's like, ugh.
Yeah, might as well just shoot an AR, right? And I always come back. That's my default setting now. And I used to not be. I used to not be like an AR guy. It was honestly, the only reason I ever got back into them was to shoot multi-gun. That was it. I never cared anything about them. And now they're like the majority of my collection is probably ARs or AR based.
Yeah.
And it was
Well,
very interesting. I remember when I was in college and I was building guns and selling them, and I was buying Mausers. I could buy a complete Mauser, Turkish Mauser, or a Argentinian Mauser, or whatever. I could buy these Mausers from all over the world cheaper than I could buy barreled Mauser actions.
right.
And now, of course, they had shitty wood, and
They did, yeah.
they were they were from all over, but the guns themselves were really good. And I would and all I really needed was the action anyway. I needed the action and the bolt. And I would cut the bolt handles off because they were mostly straight bolt handles, which are stupid. So I'd cut those off and weld a new bolt handle on, and then contour that, and I made really nice sporter and express rifles. I should do it again. I think that the market for those is kind of coming back. But when I was in college, I made the mistake. I think I may have told you this before. I made the mistake of ordering 2 or 3, I think it was 2, AR-15 kits that were complete. And they were leftover mil spec parts, right? They were just
sure.
They were just kits, right? And they were cheap. I want to say they were like $90 or something, right? And I was like, might as well. Why not? And I'd never actually looked at ARs in the gun store. If I had, I wouldn't have bought them because they were the same ones there that every week, every month, they never sold. Nobody cared. Only the survivalist, right? Only the survivalist gave a crap. And
yes, they did, Don. By the way, to answer Don's question, they sold a lot of stuff in the. Hey, oh yeah, so didn't they sell Mausers in the Sportsman's Guide catalog back in the day?
They did.
They sold a lot of stuff, but a lot of mil-spec stuff for sure.
Yeah, and so what I did is I would buy these complete rifles, and I think at one point in time I was paying like $40 a rifle through Numrich, and which is a gun parts store, right? And
Gun Parts Corp.
Gun Parts Corp. Yeah. And eSarco had them for like stupid cheap as well.
Yeah, eSarco's, yeah.
And it was Sarco back then. Now it's eSarco.
Well, it's eSarco, yeah.
But anyway, so I
bought Arthur Brown, another old school one, is pretty good.
Yeah. And so I would buy these things. They would get mailed to my LGS. I would go down. I'd sign my name and I'd take them home. And that was it. That was the end of it. And then I would take them apart, put them together, and Brownells at the time sold Douglas air gauged barrels. I think the barrel's like $100, $110.
Yeah, probably.
And that was a lot. That was a lot of money at the time for a barrel. Like that was like crazy money.
Brownells for a long time. If your gunsmithing has been the shit.
The shit, right? Absolutely.
That's actually where I'm going next weekend.
Are you really?
This event is at the Brownells warehouse in Grinnell, Iowa. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So
Brownells go hang out with Pete.
Yeah. So Brownells had I don't know how many of these things they bought at a time, but it was obvious that they were basically getting barrels by the truckload, because I'd buy a 30 caliber barrel short chambered in 308 for like $120, $140, something like that.
Yeah.
And I
Rip
would
the
bring them
reamer from
in.
'em and finish it out.
Yeah, I'd run my reamer through it. I'd put
Oh, you
I
bought
put
a
it,
reamer.
huh?
So you bought a reamer. You didn't rent
I
them?
bought a reamer. I had
Oh,
well, I
okay.
had a lathe as well, but
Oh, yeah.
yeah. So I had a lathe, and I would generically I would buy the pre-contoured barrels.
Uh-huh.
Contouring a barrels are hard, and there's a lot of room. If
A
you
lot
don't
of
have
room
the
for
right
error.
lathe, you can fuck up a barrel
Mhm.
really fast. And
Yeah,
I had
run out's a thing, right?
yeah, right. Yeah. And I had a really nice lathe, but there's always that one chance that you're gonna fuck up something that's really not, and you may not catch it, right? You may not,
Yeah,
because you may not
totally.
catch it until you have it all completely done, and then the gun shoots like shit.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
so I had this whole deal. I had this whole system where I did about a rifle a month because I was in college. I had, I had shit to do. But that's how I paid for my college. That's how I paid my tuition a lot of times, is I could build enough rifles over a semester to pay for my tuition the next semester.
Right.
And people liked them, and I'd buy the stocks from Boyd's, or
Oh yeah, boys. Good stuff.
there was another stock company that was similar to Boyd's, but I think they're gone now. Anyway, so I'd buy a stock, and there were like two or three different styles that I knew my local clientele, which around here is all deer hunters, right? There's no target guy with at the time. There were very few target guys.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Nobody even had there were no ranges here because everybody just shot on Uncle Pete's farm.
Right.
You know,
Right.
nobody there, like, the idea of having a range here was like completely foreign. The
Mm.
only range, matter of fact, the only range that I know of that was here when I was in college was the TWRA range, where you had to take your hunter safety course. And the only
Yeah.
reason that existed was literally for people who lived in Nashville.
The vast majority of ranges in the United States popped up after uh, the assault weapon ban ended in '04.
Yep. Yeah. Right.
That's when you had such a flood of people and stuff. And honestly, even more percentage of them in the last, I would say, probably 10 years or so.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
8 to 10 years. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
I would agree with it. And
Yeah,
that
you're
would
right.
that
Everybody
yeah,
just shot on land, public
yeah,
land, whatever. Yeah.
right. We used to go down to the quarry, the old quarry down
Yeah.
here,
Yeah.
and we would just shoot in the quarry, and nobody cared. And now they've got it all fenced off, and you can't get to it at all.
Uh-huh.
It's a real bummer because I used to love to go down there and just and we could shoot rats at the quarry for like hours, dude, like
Mhm.
hours. You go out
Yeah.
there with your 22 and just, these big ass rats would just come running out of stuff, and you just wail on them. And
Mhm.
but I would, and my two most popular calibers back then was 308 and um,
Of course it
um,
was.
243.
Yeah, of course it
243
was.
Winchester. What's that?
I said, of course they were.
Yeah, right. 308, 243. Every now and again, you get a guy that wanted a 270, which was fine. Every now and again, you get a guy that still wanted a 30-06. Hi, Kat. How are you? I didn't know you were here.
Cat was lurking.
Kat's lurk. Well, she's had family in town. She's probably like really.
Oh,
She probably just literally popped in and popped out again. But basically, they only made most of the time. I had a 308 barrel in like a light sporter, and I'd have a 243 in a light sporter,
mhm.
and I'd sell every one I ever made. And a lot of guys didn't trust scopes at that time, so I had Brownells sold a Safari set of sights that had that were folding blades, and you just ground them to fit. Right, they weren't adjustable, for elevation or anything. They were called express sights, and so I would match them to the ammo, and they just fold. So you had a 50-yard sight I usually did like a 50-yard, a 75-yard, and a 100-yard sight, because around here it's all trees. You never get a shot over 100.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
So and people just, I mean, I had guys buy like 2 or 3 rifles from me, and I loved it. I had a great time, but I sat on those AR-15s for like 2 years. Like nobody fucking wanted those things. And then the AWB went into effect in like 94.
Yep.
And then I really couldn't sell them. Like nobody wanted them. And if I'd known, if I had paid any attention at all, I would have noticed that my local gun shop, or one of my local gun shops down here, Survival Arms down in, I think it was Survival Arms 2 at that point down in Smyrna. I didn't go there a lot because they're not close. They're not far, but they're not close. If I'd noticed every time I went in there, there was the same H&K 91 in the rack, and nobody wanted that. If I'd really paid attention, I'd have noticed there were the same 3 AR-15s in the rack. Olympic Arms. I think there was an Olympic.
Olympics, yeah.
There was an Olympic, a Bushmaster,
and a Colt. Olympics. Forgot about Olympics. Yeah.
Right. And so there's an Olympic, a Bushmaster, and a Colt, and they were all in that rack. And when I think about it now, it's like so fucking obvious. But I started noticing that those things stayed there for years, man. And like years. And I'm like, because I was trying to sell these stupid ARs. I'm like, why doesn't anybody want one of these things? I'm like, they're great guns. Of course, now they're not what we think of today as an AR, right? Because these were
no
rifle stocks,
A2 style probably or something.
A2 with that carrying handle, and the non-target sight. So it had just the kind of it looked, it's just a sight built into the handle, and it was somewhat adjustable, but it was.
Oh, that would have been an A1 upper then.
Yeah, I guess it was
the one that you have to adjust with a bullet.
Yes.
It has no knob. Yeah. That's an A1 upper. Yeah. Oh hell, that's awesome. Yeah.
Well, now that's rare, but again, these were surplus. Like,
yeah, you only got a couple of companies now that make A1 retro uppers.
Yeah, I swear that I bet that I paid $100 each kit.
Yeah.
And the barrels were 18-inch,
yep,
or 20-inch
for that time anyway.
I think
16 was not standard at that time.
Right. Yeah. They were all long, but I think they were 20-inch barrels.
18s and 20s was what mostly you've seen. Yeah. I
think they were probably 20-inch barrels.
Yeah.
And they were, and they had the ribbed the triangle front.
Yep.
Foregrip. With the delta ring.
That's before you even had clamshells and right. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so it had the delta ring on it, and it had the front sight post that had the weird airframe.
A-frame with the bayonet lug.
Yeah.
3-prong flash hider or bird cage?
Bird cage.
Oh wow.
Flash.
Okay.
Yeah. Dude, it was legit old. It was a legit old thing.
Yeah. Depends on what era you're going for, but the 3-prong would have been earlier version that matched up with the A1, but yeah. But you said they were kind of pieced together. That's what you said, though, anyway.
Well, they were all, they were
extra parts.
I have no idea where these things came from, right? Like, so this would have been.
You said it was like extra parts. So
they were 90. So it was 90s. It was the 90s. So these had probably been sitting in some depot somewhere since the early 80s, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, 10.
So who knows? Yeah, who knows what they could have been, like FBI stuff. The receivers were new. The receivers were all I want to say they were Bushmaster receivers.
There wasn't many people selling back then. Bushmaster was one of them, but there wasn't many companies that you could just get a receiver.
Yeah. Well, the receivers came from Nimrich, and they were semi-auto receivers, so they had to have been Bushmaster or Olympic or Delton.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one of the or what was the other? There was one more, and now that I think about it, it might have been that it's it's right there at the
so many. I don't know.
No, I mean there was only like 4 back then, and it was and now they're owned by somebody else, and the guy now makes a stock.
We get Colton
Luth AR,
semi-auto.
so Randy Luth's company, which
Oh
was
yeah, okay.
Randy Luth was his company, his original company, which he sold. I forget the name of the company, but that was the other one. And they made I forget who made the receivers, but they were basically they were semi-auto that were sold to some government branch or to another country. For all I know, they came from another country because
Yeah, or were
stuff.
sold to another country. That happens.
Yeah, they
a
were
lot.
sold to another country and never delivered or whatever because Nimrich just bought, and they still to this day just buy anything in big lots that come available.
Right?
Oh yeah. So these could have been like they could have been sent, ready to go to like who knows where, and just never got delivered.
Yeah. So you remember back when Nimrich built black powders?
That they built
black powder rifles? Yeah. So I've got a
DPMS. They could have been DPMS.
Oh, okay. Yeah. DPMS was around back then. Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't remember because they weren't.
I was
honestly
all of the companies running through my head. DPMS was not one of them, and DPMS was actually my first AR. Post AWB, like within a few months.
Mm-hmm.
Still got it. Still runs like a champ. Never had an issue. Awesome, great rifle. What was I saying? Oh, Nimrich. Yeah. So I got a video on it, so I'll probably misquote all the info that I knew, but I want to say like in the 70s, Nimrich actually built black powder rifles. And
I did not know
they were obviously, and of course, like replica style, right? Kentucky long rifle, blah blah blah. I've actually got a Nimrich underhammer in 45 caliber.
Wow.
A 45 caliber underhammer. I think it could be 36 but caliber, but I'm pretty sure it's 45.
Yeah. Neat.
Because I'm partial to 45 black powder. I just really like that caliber in black powder.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people go 50. I get it, but
yeah,
for me, it's more versatile.
What's that weird 30 caliber, like 35 or
36 is black powder.
36 is I have a buddy of mine. That's all he has is like these weird 36 caliber.
Oh, 36 is rocking awesome, but the problem, that's what I was fixing to say. The issue when you get down to a 36 is what F, right? Whether it's double F, triple F, quadruple F.
Yeah.
And you've got more leadway with the and that has to do with the coarseness of the grain of the powder, right? The black powder. And with 45, you've got more of a range. And that's why I like 45 is I'm not as limited with picking up powder. I can almost always find some powder.
I'm not a black powder guy.
Now I would have to change. I would have to change the charge, obviously, if I moved from one to the other. I would have to figure out and redo the charge or whatever. But black powder is super forgiving, man. It really is. I didn't realize it. I wasn't. I've always. I'm into anything that goes boom. Let's be honest. But and I've shot black powders. Long time ago. I mean, as a kid, I've shot black powder, cap and ball stuff, whatever. But I went the last youth instructor certification I ever got was muzzle loading, and the instructor that I had for that, this dude, I think he invented the black powders. He was that old. This old geezer, man. I don't know how old he was, but he was in his 80s if he was anything, right? And you talk about a wealth of knowledge. Like, oh my God, this dude. Um, just all the stuff that uh, we had access to with him uh, during that training session for whatever it was, 2 or 3 days, however long those were, um, was absolutely freaking amazing. So, but yeah, black powder it's really, I mean, people are skittish of it, um, because you look at, I think people get skittish of it because of the cartridge reloading, like metallic cartridge reloading, right?
Yeah. Hmm.
And so they get skittish because of all the data you got to deal with. You know that, of course, with
Hmm.
metallic cartridge.
Yeah.
And with black powder, I mean, it's a volume
Close
for
enough.
volume. It's a volume for volume thing. But that's the thing. It's not weight, right? With black
Yeah.
powder, it's volume. So, if you know your conversions or your stuff, with that.
Hmm.
But yeah, black powder can be a lot of fun because you can load it light, you can load it heavy, and it's just you've got so much leadway in between. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. What does that believe out there? Says smells good too. Yeah, especially OG black powder. I've actually got a buddy that is a licensed like pyrotechnic guy. So he goes and works on movie sets and things, sets up the pyros for that, different things, and he also builds he also does like massive fireworks shows, and I'm talking like 10-inch, 18-inch mortar shells, right? Like huge
Wow.
stuff. Yeah. And so anyway, he all the big stuff like that he builds. He's got a shop and he legit builds the fireworks out. The smaller stuff I think he said maybe like up to 6-inch or 8-inch or something. He buys. He gets It's just not worth his time to build them. But then the
Sure.
big stuff, and he customizes the shit out of them too with all the different colors, and it's crazy his knowledge with the different chemicals you use and how you lay it out in the shell. But I'm getting off track. But
Yeah.
he makes his own black powder. Um,
I
and
used to know a guy that did that as
It
well.
smells the best to the smell thing out there. Black powder smelling good.
Yeah.
His actual homemade black powder smells the best of any black powder you could obviously you could shoot.
I've done muzzle loading for years. I'm mostly a Pyrodex guy.
Yeah,
Uh,
well, that's black powder substitute, but yeah,
yeah. And I did black powder. As a matter of fact, when I first started hunting, the land that I could hunt, the only thing you could use was black powder. You can only use muzzle loader.
yeah,
So I'm
yep.
going to re-trigger this just because it was cool that it came in. Yeah. So keep to or
Go
K2 keep on
go
trucking. You have
full screen.
subscribed. Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
That's
It's going to be
pretty neat.
cool when all this stuff actually works all the time.
All right.
Nobody's sent in any super chats or anything, so it hasn't popped up, that's fine.
Yeah.
But now I think it's actually working, which is good.
Yeah, the Don talking about the mini black powder cannons. I've got a little man, I don't even know what, like it shoots like a 8 millimeter ball bearing or something like that. I got it at the big Tulsa show, and it's
Does it look
pretty
like a
cool.
naval cannon?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I think I've seen those.
yeah, man. No, 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 no. It doesn't. No, no, no. It doesn't look like a naval cannon. I don't think it's a.
Hmm.
It doesn't really look like any kind of cannon. It just looks like a cannon.
Oh,
I don't know how to say it, but it's pretty neat actually. But you got to have fuse, but that's where my buddy comes into play. And
okay.
I did fireworks shows with we would do all kinds of things back in the youth shooting sports days because we'd have to raise money for the clubs, of course, and
Mhm.
then we would have certain events and we would want fireworks and stuff. And the crazy things is you can't in later years anyway, you couldn't buy them commercially here except for on holidays. So if you had some weird event, you know what I mean, that was some kind of weird cookout or, or, uh, or, uh, you know, some kind of weird holiday, you couldn't buy them. You couldn't buy them commercially here except for on holidays. So if you had some weird event, you know what I mean, that was some kind of weird cookout or, or, you know what I mean, that was some kind of weird barbecue competition or anything like that we were doing for a fundraiser, like you couldn't get them. So that was the perk of having the buddy, because he could always get that stuff. And he would I would go up there and I would have a budget, and we would sit down and figure out the fireworks show according to the budget, and then I would set it up. Now I did not have his I wasn't able to use his controller boards and all that equipment because he just had tons of equipment for the stuff he did. So I had to fuse everything. And so I learned real quick that all fuses aren't created equal. The
Okay.
fuses were rated on how many feet or how many inches they burn, or how many feet they burn in a minute, or
Yeah.
or inches they burn in a second, or something like that.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's rated time of burn. So.
yeah, it's like I think it may be inch a second. So many inches a second is what it is. And
Mhm.
so it was really neat to sit down and plan all that out, because it's like he's like, okay, you need this fuse to go from this one to this one, and this fuse to link all of these together. Then you need this fuse to go here, and it was pretty cool because the show would be almost perfect to what we figured it out on paper. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, hiccups aside, occasionally you
Yeah.
had a hiccup,
Well, I mean, there's, it's just math. Just
but
math.
yeah, it was pretty neat. But yeah, I learned that all
A
fuse
lot of
ain't
math
created
and explosions.
all fuse ain't created equal, which is interesting. Like, you got a real short fuse and that sucker's like 10 inches a second or something, you're screwed.
Yeah. Yeah. I never, so I did like very weird science experiments that around based around explosions, but not really sure that the that's something that should be talked about.
Yeah,
Um,
as long as most stuff is okay, what people don't get with the uh BATFE, right? The
mhm.
E in that
Is
explosives.
explosives.
What a lot of people don't realize is its transport is the biggest issue. There's nothing wrong if you have property to mix you a concoction together, do something, and take care of a beaver dam or a stump or whatever. Now, obviously, you're
Mhm.
liable for, if something crazy happens, you're liable for that. A lot of people don't understand that. They get real skittish when you start talking about the explosive side of it. But explosives are used for all kinds of things, right? We think bombs and nefarious uh, military war type reasons, and it's like the whole war on terror thing. I think is what's caused that over the years. But yeah, I make actually, and it's through that same buddy. I'm looking at the what do you call them? The glass jars that seal off, whatever you call those. Glass jars that seal off, I guess, of the stuff now. But I make my own binary,
Oh,
and
nice.
and I can mix up binary in a skull can or a dip can. It doesn't have to be skull, but plastic. You want to use plastic. You don't
Mhm.
want to use a metal one. Um,
Mhm.
but I can mix that up, and talk about making a boom. One of the one of the skull cans, when you shoot it, has the equivalent boom of a 1 pound tannerite. So it's 80 grams, right? It's 80 grams of mixture goes in those skull cans, and it's the equivalent to a 1 pound boom on commercial tannerite. So a lot more boom for the buck, so to speak.
So the my my notification did work here, which is great. And also I saw it, so I pulled it up. BATFE, also known as the Fun Police.
All right.
That's cool. It should TTS at I think it's $10 or $20. So just for you guys who expect the TTS, it only shows it on the screen, um, unless it's above that. Japanese woman, live me for your. Yeah, I've seen that too. The So when I was a kid, I was, and I always have been very science minded,
Mm-hmm.
and so there's a thing. um, in science, where I mean, basically all explosives are just science, chemistry,
Yeah, it's
math,
chemistry. Yeah, it's 100%. Yeah.
and so there's things like perchloric acid that is explosive
Mm-hmm.
in and of itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's silver
Yeah.
salts, which we used to um, get old dimes that are silver, and then we would dissolve them in a specific mixture, which we can't talk, which I can't give exact directions because that is
Yeah, you
TOS.
can't.
That is
Yeah.
TOS. But you would dissolve these dimes in a specific mixture, which then became a substance called silver salts,
Mm-hmm.
which are explosive, and it's actually really cool how reactive they are.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's
Magnesium is fun.
yes,
That's essentially a flashbang. If you do that.
yes. So and that's there's some there's I think it's potassium permanganate and some other things that you can mix together, and that makes and a skull can makes a really effective flashbang, like ridiculous. And so that's pretty cool stuff. My favorite was a couple of products from that you can buy at any Walmart to this day that will self ignite and burn very very well, very hotly, and it was just really cool stuff, and it's great as a fire making kit. If you need it, and you can just walk into any Walmart and buy it. And I did all kinds of neat stuff like that, and just it was great. It was a great time to be alive, and I somehow made it through without ever having to talk to law enforcement about it. And but nowadays, you would do some of that stuff, and you would be in a lot of trouble pretty quickly, I think. So
Well, you would have to be doing something in a way that got on their radar. You know what I mean?
sure, yeah. Well, I
Like,
mean that's but today with the amount of people that are overly nosy, I think that's pretty safe
yeah,
bet.
yeah, yeah.
So,
Because like I said, it's more like the transport type thing. So even me talking
mhm,
about stuff here, if
sure.
anybody out there said,
Mm,
"Oh, I'm gonna," yeah, I would get a phone call or something, and or they would run the live stream back, and they would know I'm right. I know exactly what the
mhm,
law is, so
mhm.
they likely wouldn't bother with me
Yeah,
unless I was on their list for some other shit, and then they might.
yeah, yeah.
But to
It
my
wouldn't.
knowledge, I'm not on at least their immediate list. I'm sure I'm on some lists. Don't get me wrong.
I think I'm on all of the
Right,
important lists.
right, yeah.
Um,
But I'm not on the immediate. They're going to come knock down my door list. I don't think.
no, I don't think that's it. I did actually years ago. I so back in 2005, in 2005, I had a very interesting um, interaction with DHS, Department of Homeland Security. And what had happened was is somebody had applied for a fake social security card, I think. Some form of like forged document in my name from somewhere, I don't know where. And it was somebody and apparently it was somebody I knew because it was shipped to, or it was supposed to be shipped to either my work address because I was working for somebody else at the time, or some address that I was affiliated with. I think I want to say I think it was in the at my work address, probably in the office, and they couldn't figure out why somebody would want to do that. They came and actually questioned me twice about it. And I'm like, I have no idea. I have look, here's my social security card right here. It's like it's the real one. the best they could come up with is somebody had a, gotten my number and had attempted to get a forgery made of my social security card.
Yeah, identity
And
theft.
since I, what's that?
Identity theft. Yeah.
Yeah, some sort of very crude attempt at identity theft, and apparently, it was a big, it was kind of a big deal, and I was like, really, that's pretty impressive. And so ever since then, I'm positive that I'm on all the list, especially for identity theft. So, um, yeah, interesting. But yeah, I had never had. That's the only contact I ever had with the Department of Homeland Security, was them coming out and questioning me about this specific incident. And it was weird because I didn't. I mean, it must have been like this. Whoever was selling these things from wherever, like whatever foreign country was shipping these into the U.S., they must have been like a pretty. My assumption is that they must have been either a pretty sophisticated operation or a prolific operation to warrant this much attention, right? Because two agents came to my house to question me about this. I thought it
Oh
was
wow.
very interesting. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
very interesting. Um, so yeah, pretty interesting stuff. And they came out twice. The first time they basically came out and just asked me, did I have my social security card? Did I have my ID? Had I noticed anything funny in my banking or anything like that? And I'm like, no, really, man, it's all normal, Here's my stuff,
Yeah.
And
For
sorry.
for those out there, real quick, talking about drones flying over my property. That's target practice for the shotguns. Just saying.
Yeah.
I
You're not
don't know
supposed
who.
to do that, by the way. The FAA will get very mad at you if
I
somebody
don't know
comes
whose
over.
they are. I thought it was a big old buzzard, man. What the?
We got a lot of that here.
I was just bird hunting. I don't know what the deal was. I was bird hunting, and the next thing I know, this thing fell out of the sky. Like I don't know what
Yeah,
happened.
there you go. I really don't think it was that. They didn't ask me anything about anything except, was there anyone that I could think of that might attempt to gain a fake ID in my name? And I'm like, I have no idea. I don't know. And it was just a really weird sort of deal. And I think there were a couple of things that probably tripped their trigger on that. I had just gotten married. Um, so I had a bunch of forms. I mean, when I don't know if you've gotten married before, but there's a lot of stupid ass paperwork involved in that, getting a
Me,
marriage license.
I got married one time.
Yeah, I did too. And that's it.
That's it.
Only doing it once. I
That's
ain't
it.
doing it again. So, but a lot of paperwork involved in getting married.
I don't remember the paperwork to be quite honest with you, but
Yeah.
that was 30 fucking years ago.
Yeah,
But
I'm
but
20 years ago. I'm sure it's worse now, but it
maybe
was.
there was. I don't
Yeah.
know.
I think my wife did most of it though.
I'm sure there was because I remember had to go to the courthouse and there was bullshit. And yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I don't think it had anything to do with any of the other stuff that I was doing at the time. And at that point, to be honest with you, because I'd been moving around so much, at that point I had sold pretty much everything I had except for I had a 1911 that I built when I was in high school. I kept it. I've never gotten rid of it. I had a 22 rifle and I had a 308 Mauser that I was going to at some point sporterize, a Spanish Mauser, which had already been converted to 308, but it was just such a shitty job that I was like, I can do better than that. Other than that, I really didn't have anything at that point in time. It was after that, after I had settled down, married, and decided, hey, I'm going to be. I'm way more permanent now. I'll start reaccumulating firearms. When I was younger, I had a bunch of firearms because I was in college. I wasn't moving anywhere, wasn't doing anything. And then once I started traveling all the time and being gone so much, um, it's not practical to leave a large collection of firearms for a month or two in a, so, and it just, you know, you go through stages in life. I always had some, but I didn't always have as many as I do now. So,
Yeah.
yeah. Yep. It's pretty interesting stuff. Trying to think if there's drone drone has cameras. So there's a um so in theory, a drone is an aircraft and it's against the law to shoot at an aircraft, and that's the law that the FAA uses to that they the justification they use for going after people who shoot at drones. Now, um,
Pretty sure I could be in the wood line. I could probably hit it
yeah, I
suppressed.
was about
Honestly, hit it suppressed with a rifle.
yeah,
Shooting up in there, not a good thing with a rifle, but if I hit it, it wouldn't matter.
yep.
And pretty sure I could probably do that, and you would never know that what happened to it
I
because
mean,
you'd never find it.
yeah, I mean the big thing is that even if you had that camera, as soon as you turn your head, as soon as that camera turns around, you're that thing is smoked.
Guess what
'Cause
I'm saying? And guess what I'm saying is don't be flying your shit around my property unless you have my permission to
yeah,
do it because it's
yeah,
my property, Jack.
it's just not a good idea anyway.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I would not, and don't get me wrong, I got a cheap drone I got somewhere, and
yeah,
it's been
I
crashed
haven't-
like 873,000 times. It don't even really fly anymore. So I'm not into that because I can't fly them, but or never could fly them. But I heard it was partially because I had a shitty drone, and if I'd get a good one, it would actually fly. Um, but I just never really got into it. But even
Mhm.
if I was, I would respect property owners and shit, you know.
There's a there was a there was a bunch of stink about that a while back because people did actually, um, they were shooting down drones and they felt justified in doing it. I'm of the opinion that you should not, um, if you don't have permission to go over the property line, don't, and I get it. Some of the cameras can do it, whatever. I have a
Well,
drone.
I
I
don't
have
care.
a
You could do that with satellite, or you could do that with all
yeah,
kinds of things. Like whatever. But
yeah,
yeah, hovering a drone. I mean, no.
yeah. I have a pretty nice drone. Um, and it does well, but I don't fly. I actually don't fly it hardly. In fact, I haven't flown it in the past year. I should probably even see if the batteries still work.
Yeah.
But it's a pretty cool drone, and it works well, and it's got all of the automatic features, and it has a geo fence, so it won't fly out, where I don't want it to, and all that kind of thing. But eh, I mean, I don't fly it over people's property, and I've seen how people do that. I the But I've seen where there was a couple of times where I could have easily shot down a drone and then nobody would have ever known. They just wouldn't have known.
I got to
Because
disagree with the insurance company thing. I'm not going to disagree that that couldn't happen. That my insurance company couldn't hire somebody to survey inspect with a drone. But again, you get back into I'm going to be aware that's what's going on. It's not some random drone in the sky.
yeah. So
I mean,
Arthur,
I've been with my insurance company 25, 30 years. I don't even know. So,
Mhm.
man, maybe longer than that. Yeah, about 25 years probably. So, Yeah, I have no doubt they're going to let me know if they do that. And I know for the fact if the county does it for any property tax related issues, which they don't do that shit anyway with drones. Um, but any kind of inspection thing they did, you get notified about that.
So Arthur Dia, so here there's a couple of difference between me flying over in an airplane and someone flying a drone. First of all,
Yeah,
I'm always going to be higher than 400 feet.
you're also through traffic, not in one place filming.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't hover over people's property.
Yeah,
The big problem I think that most people have with drones over their property is not that they have anything to hide or anything. It's that it's just weird that someone's spying on you, right? It feels
yeah,
weird.
yeah.
And so I actually fly, and I have flown with some guys that do aerial surveying, and they do that from like 10,000 feet. They do it from pretty high up. Even if they drop down to 5,000 feet, you don't know that plane is there. You have no idea. And
Well,
they
you're
don't,
getting a bigger picture anyway, so you're
yeah.
not
And they're
you're not
doing aerial
yeah,
surveying for roads and shit.
yeah,
They're not, they're not looking for um, fine
specific.
detail.
Yeah, we got a
So,
lot of nefarious people, so I know that it's a point of contention because X3 out there flies a drone and whatever.
mhm.
But I'm just saying, you come down to this part of Texas and you start pulling that horse shit, flying over and hovering over people's stuff, and I guarantee you that there's going to be a few calls to the sheriff's office, and your ass going to get locked up.
Yeah, there is a
Now you may not be locked up for long because I don't know what they'd lock you up for because I'm not going to pretend to
yeah, I don't
even
know
know
what the
all that.
law is anymore
But I
because
can
I know
guarantee you they'll hook you up, and they may bang your head on a few trees or stumps or the car door getting you in the car too. But don't be pulling that shit. Be respectful. That's all I'm saying.
so here's the thing about this, Arthur Dia. This is where the law gets a little weird because you don't have an expectation of privacy in public,
Hmm.
but in your backyard or on your property that's set a half a mile back from the road, you do have an expectation of privacy.
Hmm.
So at that point, a drone is invading your privacy if they're flying and
Well,
recording above
there's
below a certain level.
there's theft rings around here that's been an issue. That's what I'm telling you. There's
Mhm.
theft rings that's been an issue around here that use drones
Mhm.
to figure
Sure.
out what kind of equipment and things, and they know exactly where it's at. They know how they can get through wood lines or other things to
Mhm.
get it.
Yeah, absolutely. Why would
They're
you
not
not?
they're not
Technology
coming up
proves it.
they're not coming up anybody's driveways or and
Mhm.
yeah, that's been a thing around here. And that's what I'm saying. People aren't going to take kindly to that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that that's an accurate statement. I think that it's in some places, um, it's probably not an expectation of privacy because you have no expectation of privacy in your backyard. However, if you have a privacy fence up, if you have any of those things, then I would suspect that you have a greater expectation of privacy, and therefore
Mhm.
a drone overflying your yard is probably suspect at the very least, and probably an invasion of privacy as well.
Well,
Um,
there's already been take this case because I've seen this before. There are people that will sunbathe in their backyard,
yes.
right? Okay, so you don't get arrested for indecent exposure for sunbathing in your backyard, correct? Assuming you got let's privacy fence. I'm not talking about an open backyard. Privacy fence backyard, right? Like, have
Hmm.
you ever heard of such a thing? I mean, I don't think that's a thing. So, but I have heard of people would put drones up and film people sunbathing.
So here's the problem with everything everyone's saying, at least in the state of Tennessee. The FAA does not regulate privacy concerns related to drones. However, flying a drone over private property is considered criminal trespassing, at least in the
Boom,
state of Tennessee.
Boom.
Also, if
There's the
someone
safety tip.
sees a drone being operated in a way that it is unsafe or illegal, it is recommended to contact law enforcement. Now, recommended doesn't mean required, and therefore, more than likely, if somebody shoots your drone down, you're
And
probably you can.
trespassing. And trespassing means I can shoot the drone now in Texas. I hate to tell you.
Yeah, right. So the problem is that even though in theory the federal regulations say that you can't shoot down the drone, if you are trespassing, all bets are off. I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to take that case. I don't know any lawyer that would either.
Hmm.
So,
Especially not when local law enforcement is more likely going to back you up.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Because that's your property and their own. That's what I'm saying. It all boils down to I don't give two shits. If you want to fly a drone over my property, just say, hey, I want to fly drone over your property. Like that's
yeah.
all it takes. And it's like, okay, go fly a drone over. I don't care.
So in Tennessee, a law was passed in 2016 related to regulating drone use. It outlined the following: a drone cannot capture an image of an individual or privately owned property with the intent to conduct surveillance. A drone cannot capture an image of an individual or drop an item into an open air venue where greater than 100 people are gathered for a ticketed event without the venue owner operator consent. Now, that's obviously to keep people from dropping um, propaganda at various events.
Oh wow, that'd
Business,
be a huge thing, wouldn't it?
yeah, business cards. Well, so I think there for a while there were guys who were dropping business cards and flyers and stuff at various was we have a lot of open air festivals here in Tennessee. We have
Yeah.
like just all of the gatherings. And so if you wanted to get a bunch of your stuff in the front of people, you could drop them out. You could drop stuff from t-shirts or
Mhm.
not from drones like t-shirts
Yeah.
or business cards or whatever. And now they've apparently passed a law that you can't do that. Um, yeah, let's see. A drone cannot fly into or over a fireworks discharge site without venue owner operator consent. So there you go. Can't do that. Drone cannot fly over a correctional facility. A
Right.
drone can a drone cannot fly within 250 feet of a critical infrastructure facility and capture images or video without written consent. And that's not defined as what critical infrastructure is. So that's up to the state of Tennessee to decide that. That's a state law. So you are prohibited from capturing an image of an individual or privately owned property with the intent to conduct surveillance. So basically, you, I don't think you can, that means you can never take a picture of somebody because just taking the picture is surveillance. Kind of establishes an intent, which means that you should not be recording. Let's see. Non-participants. A drone cannot be flown over non-participating individuals. So if you're, yeah. So I mean, Tennessee's actually kind of pretty reasonable about the drone laws.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
I'm looking
pretty.
over Tex. I'm looking over Texas here, and it's the same way. Honestly, a lot of it hinges on local law enforcement. To be honest with you,
So
I can
just
guarantee you, if I called the sheriff's department here and I said I
mhm.
don't know what's going on, but there's a drone, I don't know what's happening. I can guarantee you they're going to go, bro, get your shotgun and take it out.
Yeah.
They're
So
not going to
here,
send somebody out here. They're not. Would probably instruct me to do that.
yeah. So here's the thing. Um,
But this is
the
really easily solved.
Yeah,
If you're not up to no good, don't fucking fly your drone over somebody's property that you don't have permission to
yeah.
fly over. It's that simple.
So let's see. Let's talk about this. So uh intention. It's a kid trying to his new toy is one thing, but if it's a peeping tom spying on a nice looking, no, that has. I mean, no,
We
the
get
kid can be spying on women too. I mean, they're kids. That's what they do.
yeah.
I don't care about intent. Um, you watch YouTube, people go across the street from a Tennessee state trooper and fly right over the park in his face.
The park.
I don't. I'd have to understand that better, but the state law says if you
A
you can
street
fly
and
over a park, that's a public area.
the
But
park. Yeah.
that's where you're supposed to do that. You can't do private property is an entirely different subject. My understanding is your drone needs registration. Yeah, all right. So here's the deal: if you're going to fly a drone over a specific size or above a specific altitude, you have to have a drone license. If you don't have a drone license and they catch you, that's a problem. Then I don't know what you were saying. No, sir, to
What are you
not
saying?
flying. You can fly approved drones over people. Uh, the yeah, with a license, you can, but you have to have a license.
Yeah.
So we get no, you can't spy on your neighbors.
All right.
Most of these laws are unconstitutional, though. In what way? I don't think they are. I think that you have a right to privacy. So that's the way it is.
I think that's what he means. Is that
Good
they
evening.
violate? I think he means the drone laws or the way the drone thing is set up is a constitutional violation. I don't know how it can be the other way around. I don't know how a drone
Yeah.
flyer would have more constitutional rights than a property owner. That makes zero sense. So I think he's agreeing with that.
Could a 12 gauge smoke a drone at 500 feet with
No,
a full or extra full? Yeah,
no.
you can do
You
it.
think so? With
Oh
a
yeah,
3.5 inch, maybe.
yeah.
Odds are you're
You
not
only
going
need
to
a
know a
couple of
drone.
pellets. You only
Odds
need a couple.
are okay. So first of all, I'm talking drone treetop level, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
Yeah.
talking 400, 500, whatever the fuck feet, 300 feet, some shit. Odds are I'm not even going to hear that or see it or be paying that much attention,
Yeah,
right?
I think drones are prohibited in all state and national parks. I think that's a federal. I mean, that's
Probably. I took
a
that
state and federal law. I'm not
as a
on
city
that, but
park when he said park.
I did as well. Yeah. I
Yeah.
did that as well.
Um.
Yeah, 3.5 Magnum will do it.
So Lawrence says property appraisal isn't surveillance? Question mark. Here
We have permission. You have to get
Here,
permission.
you give them permission. Yeah, it's and you know when they're doing it too, because they will let you know. So you're notified on top of it. So I can't say that's everywhere, but in Texas and in this county anyway, that's the way they do it.
Yeah. So the interesting thing about all of this is that these laws are ever changing. We can say one thing today, like it used to be that the FAA came out pretty hardcore and said if you shoot at a drone, it is shooting at an aircraft, and that's a violation of federal law, and you'll be prosecuted, and all that crap.
Right.
I don't believe anybody's ever been prosecuted for shooting at a drone unless they hit it. And then only a couple of guys have been prosecuted, and that was because they were shooting where they should not have been shooting to start with.
Right.
Forced permission. I'm not
That's what
sure
I
what
was fixing. That's what I was fixing to address. Talking about Lauren, I'm guessing that's a chick. Talking about the property appraisal. So
yeah.
in Texas, if you're talking about property taxes, for example, in Texas, is taxation not already theft? So by the time we get to permission for an appraisal, like I'm agreeing with you, it's already screwed up. So, but here, if you do not allow them access, right? They're going to look at aerials or satellite. They can Google
Mhm.
Earth it, right? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
And they're going to estimate based off of that. And when I say estimate, I don't have a camera on. You can see me doing air quotes, and you're going to be fucked because
Mhm.
they're going to take your $50,000 house. So I don't even know that mine's estimated at that. And they're going to estimate it at 150. You know what I mean? Because all they see is the roof. They don't know. And that's the claim they're going to make, right? And so, yeah, I mean, to an extent, it's forced, but property taxes is already bullshit. So, and we've been trying to fight that for the last, finally, oh my God, finally, but the last, I think, 3 legislative sessions now here. I think we'll eventually get it done. I think Texas will eventually get rid of property taxes, and I'll be so damn glad when they do. Because having to pay, you tell me how it makes sense, Grid,
Mm-hmm.
to own property that the government can take away if you don't pay the taxes they say you owe for said property. And they set that value, right?
Yeah.
It's not based off what you gave for it. It's based off
Mhm.
whatever they say the value is.
Yeah.
That's all bullshit.
Yeah. So I want to address this. Literally just started allowing pre-approved models for use over gatherings now. So I still believe that you have to be a licensed drone pilot, period, to do
Fly
that.
over crowds.
Fly over crowds.
Probably
Now,
crowds
not over
so
your own
big.
crowd. So if you're flying over your family gathering, that's one thing. I'm talking about,
You go to an event and do it.
yeah, if you go to you
Well, it
can't
said in
go.
there you could do it if you had. It said in that what you read said that you could do it at like a concert or an event or whatever, as long as you had permission from the event promoter or whatever.
Right, but you still have to be a licensed drone pilot. That is an
Oh,
FAA law. That's
maybe.
that they're talking about. Then we're see. This is how this all gets messed up. Is that people start they read one law and they think that's all there is to say about it. The
Yeah.
FAA, you cannot fly over 400 feet. The FAA says you cannot fly a drone over 400 feet or model airplane or anything else without authorization, valid reason, and a license. You have to be a
Oh,
licensed drone pilot. And a licensed drone, there's literally a series of regulations and requirements and testing that you have to take to be a licensed drone pilot.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's that easy to get. Everybody says it's easy to get, but I know a lot of guys who've been working on getting their drone pilot certificate for over a year or 2 years and never gotten it. I think that's because, first of all, you have to have instruction. I don't think there's a lot of people that do that. Second thing is, I think actually taking the test requires a little bit of time and money, and other people, oftentimes people don't want to spend it, so they never do it. So. Um,
Yeah.
so if it's under 250 and have prop guards, yeah, I believe it doesn't matter if you're flying over 400 feet.
They're talking
You
about
have to have
crowds.
oh,
I
are they
think
talking
they're
about the
talking about
crowds?
a crowd. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I
maybe.
think
I
so.
don't know. And maybe if it's a private gathering, I don't think you can do it in public. Um,
You're not good. Arthur Dye is not Googling, and not you're not looking at individual states and stuff though, and that makes
well,
a
no,
difference when you
it's
start
a
looking at.
federal. In theory,
No,
it's a federal.
I get that it is, but so is pot and other things, and at the state level, it's effectively not going to be enforced.
Right.
Like the feds are not going to come out and do
Yeah.
shit about it. They're gonna rely on local law enforcement, and local law enforcement are going to go, no, that guy's got private property rights. Fuck you for going on flying over his land. That's what you get. My sheriff's office is going to
Yeah.
tell them that. They're not going to
The
play with the
FAA
feds,
the FAA would have to get involved, and
and they're not going
it
to.
would be a
They
federal.
got
Yeah,
bigger fish to fly than a drone. Come on.
yeah, that's
Nobody
true.
got hurt. If nobody got hurt, and I shotgun down a drone and it falls at my feet, and I throw it in the trash. First of all, what are you going to do? You're going to have to go tell on yourself as a drone pilot. First of all, that you were doing that shit.
They
And
were
when you
breaking
do,
state
and
law.
when you're due, and when you're due, you're either going to call the FFA and complain, which I don't know that they would even spend the time to do anything over your $1,000 drone or whatever the hell it is. And if you call my sheriff's office, they're going to laugh.
So
So
here's the
I'm just
catch
telling you,
22.
there's a difference. Oftentimes, there's a difference between what the law says and the ability to enforce said law. That's
So
all I'm saying.
here's the catch 22 that you get into. If the drone pilot goes and turns you in, he's now admitted to violating your state law, which is
Right.
way more likely to get um
Exactly.
prosecuted than you shooting down a drone by mistake on your own property in your own backyard, and for the FAA, to come after you. The FAA has better things to do generically, and I think only 2 people have, and somebody can Google that, I guess. I think only 2 people have been prosecuted federally for shooting down a drone. One of them very early on as an example case, but I don't believe that in the last few years it has, and more states are adopting laws that say you can't do it. So,
well, and
again,
I've got
to tell on yourself. You have to.
So
You
I'm
literally
not.
have to go there.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with those cases where they shot them down. So
Yeah.
my question with the cases, and I'm not, and maybe somebody out there knows, um, in both of those events, were they in a neighborhooded area? Because or my
They were.
40
Yeah.
or my
Again,
or my or my 40 fucking acres? Because
yeah.
if you're inside
In
my
both,
40 acres with a drone and I shoot it down, there's no harm to anybody. Let's be honest.
I think both cases where they've been prosecuted have been where you shouldn't have been shooting a gun anyway. Right.
Yeah,
So,
that's what I'm getting at. Yeah.
right.
And I understand that. I would tend to agree with that. Like even if you're okay, even if it is, let's say, in the county, but if you're in some kind of little neighborhood subdivision in the county and you shoot it up into the air, there's other houses around. That's not
Yeah. That's
good.
probably not.
But then
That's probably not
also
what
the drone, you're not sure where that drone can come down. That could come down, and do damage to somebody else's property, right?
Yeah. So he again, the test does require going to an airport or testing station and getting an exam by what's called a DPE, or in this case, probably a field examiner. I don't think it's that hard to get a drone license. I just know people that have been trying to, that they say they're going to get them. And I think actually there's 2 licenses. I think there's a drone license and then there's a commercial drone license. But I haven't looked into it. I could be wrong about that. I don't give it. The big thing is I don't give a shit about drones. I've got one. I just don't do anything with it.
Yeah, he says
they passed our. Yeah, they did that. You have to have a digital signature. Yep, I'm in Tennessee too. Yep, I know where it is. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that right there, where he says laws are written as
so
drones or aircraft for safety purposes, and I understand that. Yeah, and that's my point with shooting them down in a residential area or something. No, I get that.
Yep. Yep, the drone has to transmit pilot and drone location data, but there are currently no easy way for law enforcement to access this data. And I will also say that while the drone is transmitting the data, there's only the transmitter that the pilot has is actually receiving it, unless you have a special transmitter in the area, which right now I don't think is very common, which is kind of goes to this guy's point. Saying you've got to have it is one thing. Being able to do anything about it's a completely different. Look, I like, again, I liken this to, at some point it's going to, there'll be some landmark cases and we'll be able to figure things out. But right now, if I were a drone pilot and I wanted to fly, and actually, and I wanted to fly over somebody's property, I would just go up to their door and say, "Hey, I want to fly over."
Yeah, I'm talking about the context of flying over their property, not flying over a neighborhood.
Yeah.
Right. Like if I lived in town in a neighborhood and somebody was flying a drone around, okay, like that could be one of my neighbors playing around. It could be any number of fucking things.
Be a kid.
If somebody's flying a drone around in the middle of 40 to 60 acres that my family owns, something's fucking up, and I want to know what.
Right, and there's a difference. Just as as an opposite point, there's one of the shops I work with them sometimes. Or I mean they do work for me, but and they're a really good German auto shop, and they've had a lot of break-ins. They're in a part of Nashville that has become not a good part of Nashville. Not a great, and it's not bad, but it's not great. And they have a kid. I call him a kid. He's like mid-20s probably.
That's a kid.
And he spends like all fucking day playing with this drone. flying it around the apartment complex and the parking lots and everything. And he's actually recorded people breaking into their cars and called the police and helped them out because that's what he does. Now, it's in the middle of downtown, or not downtown, but right outside downtown Nashville. So, whatever. He's having so that's one thing. I think that there's going to be some interesting dynamics with law enforcement using drones. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there.
Well, they already do.
Yeah, educating. Yeah, I don't know that nobody really cares about law enforcement using it because they can't do anything about it anyway.
They do here.
Using Aptec, so that's why pilots are crying about Karens tracking them while they're flying. Yeah, I don't know about that.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah,
say an automatic. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
it just flies around your shit. I guess it auto docks and recharges and then takes off again or something.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. I have one that so my drone has a geofence and it has an auto level control.
Yeah.
So like I got it when I was the match director at my local matches, and I would use it to video the stages and all of that, and it would like follow me around, from stage to stage, and it would stay at like, it wouldn't go higher than 40 feet, so I didn't have to worry about any of the Clays guys shooting it. It wouldn't go out of the area. It was geofence, so it wouldn't go out of the area even if there was a problem, and it just kind of worked out pretty well. And it has auto land and all that nonsense, and it just is an easy tool to use to get some good video. But that was about it. So the biggest problem I ever had with it was the GPS. If you're in an area where you have really good GPS signal, it works great. If you're out in the middle of nowhere, the GPS doesn't work great, and it's stupid.
So okay, let's switch this conversation, I think, because we beat this fucking horse to death with all this, like property rights.
There's still blood in this horse.
No. So, but I want to stay on the drone though, because we got X3 out there who obviously knows this shit when drones.
He's a drone guy.
And a couple other people. So here's the thing. So I got this shitty drone, right? It sucks ass. So I want something though. I really do kind of want a drone, because when I do videos with shotgunning, it would be really cool to have. And it's it's probably going to be closer in or off to the side. Obviously, I'm not going to have it in the path of the Clays and shit. But I would really like to have that view from almost like the Clay perspective from downrange looking back when I'm doing shotgun videos and stuff. So here's my question, like you're talking about. If I wanted a drone that that was fairly easy to fly, because again, you're talking about a redneck dummy dum-dum, fairly easy to fly, decent enough camera for that, and could do the hovering like you're talking about. I could set it up at a certain point and it would just sit there and film me, and then I could turn around and shoot my Clays and do my things for the video. Suggestions? Throw me some suggestions out there, since you guys are like pros at this drone shit. I'm not talking about you necessarily. You can go on to talk about whatever, Grid, but
well, I have a DJI Mavic clone, which is a smaller drone. It folds up. It fits in a little case. The batteries are cheap. The Mavic, I think, has been around a long time. Works really great.
How long will the batteries work? What kind of flight time?
Oh, I get half an hour easy.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
That'd be fine.
The only problem
this one I got, if you're like 10 minutes, you're lucky.
If you have good satellite coverage, GPS coverage, I find that they all work pretty well. The only problem I have with my drone is that where I'm at in Tennessee, when you get up in the mountains, it becomes it becomes harder for it to link to the satellites so that it has its GPS coverage, right? Well, which is anything, right? Like even my phone will sometimes say GPS satellite lost. so it's not, although that's much less common now. I think my phone's better, but the DJIs, any DJI will get it done. And again, I mean, you've got good battery life. They're not super expensive. You can set up a GPS fence.
Oh, yeah.
So you can.
Well, I don't want to spend a ton either. That's the other. Maybe I should have
Yeah,
led
no,
with that.
these are pretty cheap. I mean, relatively. I mean, for something you're going to keep for 3 or 4 or 5 years, it's pretty cheap, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I still have mine's 5 years old.
DJI, right?
DJI and the Mavic. I like the Mavic. I think it's the MAVIC. I think that's a good one. But there are others. I mean, there's a bunch of DJI design.
There's the minis.
Drones. My problem with the Mini is that I didn't have very good luck in the wind.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah.
I think they fixed that. I think they have more powerful motors now, but I don't know. I don't have a minute by minute update on drones technology.
I'm on Amazon, and most of them I'm looking at Amazon so far, all minis. Mini.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I would read the reviews about using them outside. So.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm not going to have any control over like when it's windy. It's not like it's always windy outside. I got to film. I got to film.
Yeah, mine is the Mavic, and or Mavic clone. I didn't buy a Mavic. I bought a Mavic clone.
Did
I
you?
think they discontinued the Mavic, but they have a new version of it.
Well, I'm looking at a Mavic 3 now. It's $2,600, and that ain't a fucking option.
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
I'm not, like, nope, sorry, ain't happening.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they are.
Yeah, I thought they discontinued it, and so they've got the more expensive version.
X3 says the new Mavics are close to 2,500.
Boo, he wants you to call him Boo. What was it? Bujin Khan.
What is that? What's Bujin?
That's his name. That's his name. Bugin. Bujin Khan.
I'm having fun calling him X3. Sounds good.
I know you are.
Sounds like he's like one of like the Wolverine experiments or something.
I know. He's X3.
Dude, I was calling you like a badass name there, dude.
Yeah.
Maybe Bujikon means some badass like.
Maybe it means X3 in whatever language it is. I don't know. Yeah, Mini is under $250. He says the
most common.
The NS is something is fine in the wind. Maybe the newest is fine in the wind. Maybe that's really what it is.
Okay. Well, I wonder what the newest is. See, they're speaking in these generic terms, and it's like, Alp out there says X3 is way more badass.
Yeah.
God. The Air series is between the Mini and the Mavic. The Air. So the DJI Air.
Tune in for drone technology on the Grid One Motorsports channel.
Yeah, the minis are not that much. Is the Mini 3? I guess the Mini 3 looks like is the new one.
Yeah, that I think I don't know if he meant under the weight penalty or the weight limit or the and not necessarily the price. DJI is fairly expensive. That's why I have a DJI clone.
Oh man, here's a Mavic.
As a DJI.
Here's a Mavic Air for $399.
There you go. Add to cart.
Yeah, I can't now. I'll have to. I'm in research mode, dude.
All right, research mode.
I can't add the cart now. Yeah, maybe in a couple weeks, but all right now.
Add the cart.
This one
The
says 21 minutes of flight times. All it has. That's not good.
That's a long time. I mean,
That's actually a long time to film. You can shoot a lot of clays in 21 minutes, I guess.
yeah.
Mm.
I like my drone. I mean, I haven't used my drone in like probably 2 years.
Hey, none of them fuckers out there in the chat, y'all don't live like in East Texas by any chance, do you? I just fucking hire you to come out and do it.
In East in the hottest part of Texas. Do you happen to live there?
Yeah.
Because it would be great.
It ain't the hottest part of Texas. It's
It's
one of the most humid parts of Texas, I do think, but it's not
yeah.
the hot.
It's the hottest
Yeah,
part
like
this week.
I just pay you to come out and film for 30 minutes, or do it for 30 minutes or something.
Yeah.
Problem is, I don't know. Like this one it's $400, but like I don't know if it's the newer model. Like I don't know any of that stuff. So
Well,
help Clover buy a drone.
I think all of them pretty much now. I think all of them pretty much now have GPS fencing. They all have height control. They all have or altitude control. They all have auto land. They all have. A lot of them will have a like a wristband or some, an RFID thing that where it'll follow you.
Right.
But I'm not sure if I'm sure the DJI does. I don't know if that specific one does, but
yeah, there's a Mini 3's $429 though. It looks like the Mini 3 has like a controller with it. It doesn't use a phone, or does it?
Mine has mine uses a phone for the display for the camera and the all of the flight information, but the controller does all the controlling.
Well, the phone, yeah, okay, the phone, yeah. The phone may just fit in the controller, maybe what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's how mine works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this one says this Mini 3, and I don't know how good that is in some wind, but I'm going to be at lower. I'm going to be kind of in the woods with trees breaking things and also fairly low. So I don't know how much wind would be that big of an issue anyway, but this is up to 51 minutes, it says. Like, holy shit.
One of the things to really consider is that if you're operating in trees and stuff, you've got to have the avoidance features, and some of those is just
no. So picture a pond, a dried up pond bed.
Yeah.
With like trees all the way around it. Like you're talking about an area that's going to be like 2 acres with no trees, but surrounded by trees, right? And all I'm going to do is put it up and it be basically stationary. It's not like I'm flying it around there.
Right.
So it's going to be 50 yards from the nearest tree.
Yeah, you can just set it to hover and it'll stay
there.
there.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to be flying it around through the woods. I'm just saying there'll be woods. I mean, that'll help. That helps with wind. When you got trees, that always helps with wind.
Yeah. He's right about this. I have a DJ Mavic clone, and it's made I think it's made in Korea. And it was less than the DJI. It was built under license, but the battery, I mean, a DJI battery bolt, fits right in it. The cameras, if I break a camera or something, all of it it's all Mavic parts, are all DJI parts.
Right.
So.
Right. Since the airs are heavier, handle the wind better than the.
Yeah, he's absolutely right about that. And I think they were very concerned about being banned for a while. I don't know if they're going to get banned though. I don't know. I'm not up on it enough.
Yeah, I don't know how you look up the Korean version. Like, how do you I don't know how that works. I guess if it's
a different name, it'll I don't know.
I guess if it looks like it and smells like it, then that's what it is, type thing. Maybe.
It could be. I don't know. It's a good question. I forget what my I forget what let me see. Maybe I can find the one that I'm using. Well, it's out in the garage. I mean, I know I don't have to go find it. I just I'm trying to remember what the brand is.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, I searched for. I got the minis up now. Which is this DJI mini drone. I'm just gonna go DJI drone and see if there's any that look similar. Of course, that's bringing up all DJI stuff. Unfortunately,
Mm-hmm.
when I do that. Hmm. But yeah, you got to figure if it's what they're talking about out there. If there's just another, if they licensed it to another company, it would look the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Probably what I need to do is just screen capture these different DJIs and then just search drones and start looking at the ones that look the same. Maybe.
They say IT pros aren't very smart. They're just better at Google than you. Probably true.
Hmm.
That's funny.
There's one called a Holy Stone. That's weird.
Um, I'm not really sure which brands um are DJI clone. I mean, I know. I mean, you can just search a DJI clone.
Can't do that on Amazon, I don't think. But what are the DJI drone clones? A Raptor is a clone of the Raptor is a clone of the DJI whatever. But it's more expensive. Okay, well I don't want that, dumbass. Killing me. Hmm.
Oh, DJI was blacklisted at one point.
This is rather this would be so Spectre Air Drone. It says is actually a DJI Air 3.
The Spectre and Anzu Robotics.
Spectre.
Spectre and Anzu Robotics are white label clone DJIs.
Spectre drone. Yeah, I searched Spectre drone and hell, it comes up with DJI stuff.
DJI ban loophole. Reported first by The Hill. Spectre.
I don't even see. I searched Spectre and I put Spectra. That's why. Spectre. It's saying it ain't even bringing it up. That's mad. Spectre. Hell, they're just as expensive. Those are. I don't know. I have to look into this some more when it's not, 1 o'clock in the
When you're
damn
not,
morning.
yeah.
Unfortunately.
Good evening, Hawaiian CC. Christ is King, or Christ is risen as well. Let's see.
Christ
I think
is God. Isn't what that
Skydio,
Andrews would say?
yeah,
Christ is God.
Skidio quit making consumer drones, or Skydio quit making. I don't know that.
I don't know.
Um,
Figure it out.
I have a friend of mine that has a Contixo. Let me hang on. He might be drunk.
Who might be?
I got a buddy of mine who was listening and PM'd me over on Facebook and said, "I've got a Contixo and it's a DJI clone," but he could be drunk. So he could not be.
Video. That's interesting.
Skydio.
Skidio.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot called on Amazon. A lot of them called Holy Stone. It's like that makes me leery.
Yeah, not aware of those.
Something called a Holy Stone. I don't know about that.
Mm-hmm.
They're basically the minis. It looks like. Yeah, the one I had. Oh man, there's one that looks like the old school DJIs. You know what I mean? It has the legs that come down off of it. Big, huge behemoth. It's a knockoff, but I'm guessing the patent's probably expired on that thing by now. So that would make sense. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to do. I'll have to watch some YouTube tomorrow.
You'll have to do all that stuff.
Yeah, I'll just watch some YouTube and figure out which way I may want to try to go. That's a big enough. It's going to be a big enough purchase, even if it's not but a couple of $300-$400. It's still a big enough purchase that I do my homework on. So,
I mean, you should. You should.
Yeah, I don't run out on. Once it gets to a C note, I try to do a little bit of homework if I can.
As you should. I'm actually, you know what? It's 1 o'clock in the morning. You were right about that. And I've been up till 2 o'clock or later every night this week. I'm going to go to bed. And you guys can continue to hang out and chat. I don't have anywhere to send anybody. I thought Project VO was still on, but I can't find them. And Glenn's doing something else. I don't know what Glenn's doing. So
Andrew's not still on?
I haven't checked.
Glenn's on, isn't he?
Glenn, is he? Hang on.
Yeah. Glenn's live.
All right. Well, let me. I'll send you guys over to Glenn. That's the best thing.
By the way, while he's doing that for X3 Don, all the thanks for the drone help. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a.
I'll follow up with some homework of my own tomorrow, and for the end of the year, there may be some drone footage shotgunning videos.
There you go. And there may be piles of drones in the garage at Casa Clover Town.
If you fly shit over my property, there could be.
That's funny. Let's see. Why isn't Glenn? Glenn's not in my. Glenn is not coming out. Let me go see if I can find a link for Glenn. Glenn did not pop up.
You want a link? You mean a side link it for you?
Yeah, throw it in the private.
It's not like I got the window open.
There you go. Just throw it in the private chat. There you go.
Well, why it's telling you that?
But I don't know.
He's got the Veritas guy on there too. That's crazy. I don't have the sound on. I don't know what that dude's saying, but he's over there. Jake's over there. Viking's over there.
Yeah, he wanted me to come on. Maybe I'll go over there too. I'll just we'll do this. Let me hit that. I'm going to end this and go back over there, and we'll go. I'll hang out with those guys for a minute. All right, everybody, have fun. See ya.